Hello. Oh boy, it's quiet in here. Let me put on Tommy's Music for Streamers playlist and see how that goes. Huh. Huh. Well, this is neat. It's a little loud for me, though. Oops. Is this loud or is it not loud? I can't tell. Hello, dudes. Hello, welcome. Hello. There are 2 songs on the playlist that are DMCA on YouTube and not on Twitch. We're on Twitch, so we're going to be safe for today. As long as this doesn't go on YouTube, which today, maybe perhaps won't. Oh. Hello, dudes. It's quiet. Why is it loud for me? Is that better? I have to leave my hair like this because I got a treatment today and I can't wash it for 2 days and I have to leave it like this. I can't put my bow in my hair and I feel weird because I don't have my bow in my hair. Also, I feel like I look like me 3 years ago exactly. I feel like we've just reverted back to me 3 or 4 years ago with the blonde straight hair. So it just has to be this way for 2 days, and then I can wash it, and then I'm allowed. And then it's gonna be smooth. Well, it already is smooth, but it's gonna be smooth after I wash it, every time I wash it. Hello, dudes. Asleep Hobo, thank you for subscribing. Ashley's Jonah, thanks for subbing. Haunt of Harper. I don't love that one. This was better. LVK Moon Vibe. Reagan. Thank you for subscribing. Combative Wizard, thank you for subscribing. And that's all the subs. Thank you so much. I associate that first song too much with Tommy. That one is probably a very Tommy song. I'll also probably still stick with my playlist that I put together, which is half of this playlist is what's my playlist, which is Legend of Zelda music, Animal Crossing music, except he's missing the intro or like some of the City Folk songs that I love. I love the City Folk soundtrack, especially. Hey, we're gonna read some Am I the Assholes today. We're gonna have a very chill stream because I'm so unbelievably tired and I don't know why. I do know why. I didn't sleep very long. That might be why. I got my coffee though. Nice and freshly microwaved. It's nice and freshly microwaved coffee. Also, I'm wearing my merch. Buy my merch. And look at what I found today. Can you see it? Can you even see that I'm holding anything? It looks like I'm not holding anything on the camera. I swear to God, there's something in my hand. It looks like it's not there. Come on. Focus on the thing that's in my hand. Focus on the thing that's in my hand. Focus on my hand. I'm holding a whisker. I'm holding a cat whisker. Star-Lord lost a whisker. I'm gonna stick it in her head. She can't stop me. If you find your cat's whiskers, you have to stick it in their head. You have to stick it on top. And then they look like a little alien. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what I was taught. So I have one. And I'm gonna stick it in her for Star. Star, where are you? I got your whisker. KJ, thank you for subscribing. I didn't know people do that. You give them a little antenna. Tiffany told me that's what she does, and I was like, oh my God, I gotta do that. And then I found out other people do that, and then I saw pictures of people. The base of a whisker is sharp, too. Can I just say? I feel like I could sew with the base of this whisker. I feel like I could use it like a needle and sew. So I'm gonna keep this until I can stick it in her head and take a picture. Although, it apparently doesn't come up on camera at all. It looks like I'm holding nothing. You can kind of see it. Do-do-do-do-do. It's a little black whisker. It's hard to do it on her though because it is impossible to see. The little whiskers are impossible to see because they're black and her fur's black and then it all blends together. LVE, thank you for subscribing. We're gonna read some Am I the Assholes? Because I just wanna... Oh, we shop music. I meant to put this in my playlist, but I didn't know if I was allowed. That's a vibe. So Lucia, thank you for subscribing. Honeycombs, thank you for subscribing. We're gonna read Am I the Assholes? I found recently that there is a separate section specifically for the controversial ones. So I felt like diving into those ones. But a lot of them have no votes on them at all. Like, they just haven't been read. So I don't know if they'll be any good. They just have 0 votes. But also some of them have been voted. This one has 0 votes up or down. Or is that just like, it's been balanced? But they determined they were the asshole. But yeah, there's some controversial ones that I really wanted to read. I wanted to read the controversial ones. Sounds like fun. Will we be able to determine who is the asshole? Maybe and maybe not. Let's talk about it. How we all doing today? How we doing on this fine Saturday? Which I usually wouldn't be live today. This is a bit of a treat, but I wasn't live yesterday because I was too busy and took the day off. I was gonna do an evening stream, but by the evening I was just way too tired. Rachel Bria, thank you for subscribing. Marveloo Who, thank you for subscribing. So we're gonna take it easy today. We're gonna read some stuff. We're gonna chat. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna have a good time. We're gonna drink microwaved coffee. We all got one, right? We all went and microwaved a coffee real quick for this stream. Yeah? Right? Yeah. This one's Bowser's Fury. That's just a fun one. That's a fun one. A microwave DiGiorno, is that fine? First of all, no. Because DiGiorno is frozen pizza, and you can't just shove a frozen pizza in the microwave. That's not gonna come out crispy. That's not gonna come out good. I can microwave my old coffee, but you cannot microwave your frozen DiGiorno pizza. No. No. Oven. Put it in the oven. Put it in a toaster oven. Put it in the oven. Get that crust nice and crispy. You're gonna have soggy pizza if you put it in the microwave. It's gonna be soggy. Do you want soggy pizza? Maybe you do. I just drank coffee, but another one won't hurt. I'll be honest, this is not the microwaved coffee. I didn't have it in me to do it. I didn't know what would happen. I don't know if there's, like, scientifically speaking, is there a negative to reheating a coffee in the microwave from earlier in the day that used to be hot and isn't anymore? Not if you microwave it for 30 minutes. Crystal, thank you for the prime. Like, what if, maybe if there's milk? You're putting milk in hot coffee already. I'm not microwaving it to be piping hot again. And milk is already going in hot coffee. And also, people microwave milk all the time. They have warm milk. What if I just want to warm my coffee back up? Will it do that? People microwave milk. It's wrong. It's wrong and disgusting, the people who do it. First of all, you're drinking milk. That's problem number 1. Second of all, warm milk? Warm milk? No. But also, I don't think microwaving something that has milk in it is that bad because you can microwave milk and it's fine. It just gets warmer. So can you microwave old coffee? Should I have done it just to have a taste? I was too scared though. I was nervous. Do you put creamer or milk or both? I don't put milk. I put creamer. I put a lot of creamer. Here's the color of my coffee. I put that much. Milk is naturally warm, ain't it? Yeah, fresh out of the nip. But no one's drinking it like that. You're keeping your milk in the fridge, right? Please tell me you're keeping your milk in the fridge. Yeah, I don't think microwaving milk is bad. Yes, you can microwave old coffee. It just sounds wrong, right? It just feels incorrect. Like there's something wrong with it. But is there technically, scientifically, anything wrong with popping a cup of coffee that used to be hot, that had cooled off, back in the microwave to warm back up? In theory. I don't think so. I think that's okay. But also, I was judged pretty hard for even thinking about it. I was judged pretty hard for even considering the idea of doing it, for even potentially trying it, to even have a sip. If you microwave milk, it could boil over. How long are you putting your milk in there for? I'm talking 30 seconds. I'm not talking minutes. I'm not trying to boil it. I'm not trying to make it piping hot again. But that being said, anyone who drinks milk, you're wrong. Let's read some Am I the Assholes? This one's boring. You see, these ones that don't have any votes on them because nobody's read them, I don't suspect that they'll be very good. But let's read some of the controversial ones because let's see. Let's see. Are you the asshole? Are you not? I feel like I need to... Hold on. This might sound loud. I feel like the music's way too loud in my ears, but you guys say it was a little bit quiet. But then I went back and watched one of my streams and the music was loud. So I don't know if you want it to be louder than me or as loud as it is. I want it to be a nice light background noise. Is that what it sounds like right now? Is it good? It's good? Could it use being lowered a little bit? It's nice. Okay, good. I was watching back our stream of me building the mushroom house. And the music was way too loud. It was way too loud. I don't know how it ended up being like that. It was so loud. This is my vibe. I think I'm gonna stick with my playlist because it has all the same Animal Crossing tracks, if not more, plus the Legend of Zelda ones, and maybe I'll steal some from Tommy's playlist and put it in my own because I like the Animal Crossing vibes. Hi, Kristen! My mug is a panda. I have a lot of mugs. I want more mugs, though. I have a lot of mugs. Could always use more mugs. I like having funky mugs. This is my panda. I have a lot of left-handed mugs by accident. And I don't know if people, when they build mugs, are thinking about that. Who's building mugs? You're putting the handle on the wrong side because you're making it so that I have one that has ears, another one that has ears, but the handle's on this side. And so I'm sipping between his little ears, and no one gets to appreciate his little face when I drink it on stream. You're putting your handles on backwards, people. Make them only for right-handed people. Dude, we got so many MCC skins for our team. I don't know which ones we're using yet. We haven't picked yet. I have a personal favorite, but I won't tell you which one it is. We'll see which one we end up wearing for the stream. But so many people made our team's skins that are so cool. They're so good. I love that we're in yellow. Team yellow is my favorite color. What's this from? Disney Up game soundtrack. Oh, I never heard this before. Okay. All right, Tommy's got some bangers in here. They're all individual songs, though, so this playlist is going to be over fast. Although he did put a lot in here. A lot of them are Animal Crossing ones that I already was using. He's got good taste. He's got good taste. Are you going live tomorrow? I am going live tomorrow. It is part of my schedule to be going live tomorrow. I can't remember anything that I'm doing tomorrow that would make it different. I'm definitely going live tomorrow. I will be leaving, though, however, on the 13th and will be gone until MCC. So I'm taking a little trip to visit some friends. Not all of my friends, though. I have too many friends in Texas, and I will not, in this couple of days, be able to visit everybody who I would love to go and see. But I'm seeing a couple people. And then I'll be back. So a quick trip to Texas. Don't the ears poke your face, though? No. They're not that ear-like. They're not that pokey. It's 100 degrees right now. I'm gonna melt and die there. I think I might melt and die. I'm not prepared. I've been wearing hoodies, and I live in LA. When friends live so far away. Oh my God. Everyone needs to pick one place. Here. Everyone needs to pick one place to go and live. You know what? I wish we could teleport, because somebody asked what superpower I would want to have. Easily teleporting, simply and only because all of my friends live so far all over the world. I would be able to pop in over in England, stay for a little bit, pop back over here, feed my cat, hang out with her, pop back over to England. Wouldn't have to be on a plane for 11 hours at a time. Every time I go and visit, pop over to Texas, see all my friends, be like, hey, do you want to get dinner tonight? Yeah, let me just teleport. Simply only for my friends. I wouldn't use it to do any good. I wouldn't use it to help anybody but me. I would just teleport to all of my friends around the world. Always. When does the merch start shipping? I do believe it has started to ship. If you ordered it more recently, it might be another week or two until that batch gets shipped. But the original batch, that first week that it was out, those have started to ship. So I don't know how long ago you got yours, but they have started. They're starting to roll out. Get a hoodie. Get a sweater. Maybe a hat. Maybe you're a hat person. There's hats too. All right, let's read the most controversial. I'm sorry, I just punched you. The most controversial, am I the assholes? According to Reddit, this is am I the asshole / controversial. Let's see if it's too controversial for me to even comment on, and then we move on and go to the non-controversial ones. Wait, did this one come out of the... I opened a bunch of tabs. Am I the asshole when my husband gets angry because our cat won't come inside? This isn't controversial, so I really don't know. I don't know how this is going to go, but apparently it's a controversial one. We have a geriatric but very active indoor-outdoor female cat. I also foster cats and kittens occasionally through a local no-kill rescue group. The fosters always want to interact with our cat, but she's not having it. She just wants to be left alone. That's my cat, except she's not geriatric. She's just 1. No, she's 4. Why did I say 1? Star, you're 4! Hold on. Am I a bad cat mom? Hold on, this is important. Oh my god, okay. Her birthday's July 9th. I thought it was June. I thought I missed her birthday. She's turning 4! Wait, 4? 5. Are you 4 already? Four. She's turning 4. Turning 4 July 9th. I can't forget my cat's birthday. She's getting extra treats that day. Okay. She's turning 4 on July 9th. Anyway. She stays outside much of the day and seems quite content. I am home most days and she's always looked after and always has food and cool water. We live in Florida, so it rains a lot in the summer. I hate Florida for that reason. But she has access to shelter if she wants it. Everything is zen until hubby gets home from work. In spite of agreeing to host fosters, he still battles with me over how our cat doesn't deserve to be treated this way. I don't think you get to decide how an animal deserves to be treated nicely or not, but okay. Dude, I went to Disney and it would flash flood for 3 minutes and then it'd be done. We had ponchos. I say that she isn't being... He thinks she's being mistreated. He thought she was giving her too much. I don't know. He thinks she's mistreating the older cat by bringing fosters in. Okay. I say that she isn't being mistreated at all. She's not in any distress, but he sees it as giving preferential treatment to the foster cats since they stay indoors all day and relegating our cat to spend her days outdoors. That'd be one thing if the cat didn't like it outdoors. But the cat does like it outdoors. Like if I got a foster cat and had to start putting my cat outside, my cat hates the outdoors. Yeah, I would say she's being mistreated. But if the older cat prefers to be outside, then I don't think there's too much of an issue. Right now it's 7 p.m. It's raining gently, but the temperature is balmy 75°F. Our cat is chilling under our truck. The concrete driveway is wet, but she's protected from the rain. I've been out there several times this evening. This is Super Mario Galaxy. That's just sorry, I had to stop reading for that. I'm gonna skip this one. That's a good soundtrack. The song, though, the way it came in. Let's skip to Up. Back to the Up soundtrack. I've been out there several times this evening to be sure she doesn't want to come in. She does not. I was also talking on the phone to my brother, having a nice chat, but I started hearing my fosters meowing. Turns out hubby locked them in a small room. Then he starts shaming me for mistreating our cat and that she shouldn't have to put up with this. Why'd he lock the fosters in a room? So am I the asshole for allowing our elderly cat to remain outside? I do admit that Wait a minute. I do admit that the fosters get more attention during the day, but in my defense, our cat pretty much sleeps all day anyway. Is my husband right to treat our cat differently because she is older, or is he anthropomorphizing? I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Google. Attribute human characteristics or behavior to a god animal object is what it says. Oh, okay. Like personifying. Humanizing? Not personifying. Interestingly enough, Reddit said she's the asshole. I think that's interesting. I guess that's why it's controversial. Reddit said they're the. It doesn't have a lot of upvotes. I don't know how Reddit decides when something is or isn't the asshole when they like declare it. But why can't the cat live inside again? I think the thing is that the cat doesn't want to. What does the cat want? Because if you didn't have the foster cats, where would your cat be spending most of her time? Would she be inside? Is she only outside to be away from the kittens? You gotta ask your cat. Gotta talk to the cat. Communication is usually the issue in these. Go have a conversation with the cat. The comments, you're the asshole, your geriatric cat should be allowed to live out the rest of her life in peace. After she's gone, you can do the fostering. What are you doing? What you're doing now is selfish. But am I crazy that I don't agree? It's one thing if the cat is unhappy, but she's sleeping outside and she tries to get the cat to come inside, but the cat doesn't want to be inside. The cat, she said she kept trying to get the cat to come in. Is it because there's fosters inside that she just prefers outside? Is that part of the problem? I don't really know. I don't really know. They're saying you can't have multiple pets. Yeah, what? And she's fostering. She's not adopting it like a... I'm getting really liberal with the amount of swears I feel like saying. She's not getting a fuck ton of cats in this house just to keep. She's fostering. That's a great thing to do. So many cats need a place to go. If anything, even just for being fostered so they're not kept in a shelter with a little cage. Or some like shelters aren't in a physical location and all of their pets are fostered. And the old cat isn't bothered about it. The older cat isn't wanting to come inside. She's happy outside. I'm not sure. Also, if there is a room you can keep the foster kittens in, you can very easily just keep the kittens in one room and have the door closed and they don't come out of that room. The whole room is a lot better than a little cage for themselves. Have a kitten room, and that's where all the fosters get to stay, and then your older cat can come in and have the other rooms. But also, the older cat doesn't want to come in. If the foster cats weren't there, would the cat be inside? That's what I would wonder. Maybe after you get rid of this last load of foster cats, give it a week or two to see if your cat would prefer to be inside if there were no other cats there, or is she just chilling outside because she wants to chill outside? I don't understand, but I like cats. Dude, I was walking around in England and there was a cat outside. I had actually a really big conversation about indoor versus outdoor cats. That's a controversial topic. Also, I think it just depends where you live very much. But the most beautiful outdoor cat came. It looked like how my cat Rocket looked, but had the full tail and was a little bit smaller. And I don't think we maybe even really Maine Coon as much, but so fluffy. The fluffiest black cat with the most majestic big tail. And it was so friendly and just came up. And Wilbur had his yo-yo and he was yo-yoing in the street. And the cat was trying to catch the yo-yo. I love meeting cats on the street. There's another one on this certain road that we would go by. Another black cat that lives outside or like spends time outside. And it was sleeping in the garden and it was amazing. One thing I love about people that have outdoor cats, I get to pet your cat when I walk by. I love it. The struggle not to steal. I wanted that cat so badly that I walked past. I was obsessed with that cat. And also, one, I'm in a different country. I can't bring that cat home. Two, I can't bring that cat home. I can't have a second cat. Oh man, I wanted that cat's. Did I take a picture? No, there was a video. Someone has a video. I think Wilbur has the video of him yo-yoing and the cat was playing with it. I want all the cats. I want to steal all the cats. But, I learned something that's different between, at least from the people that I have talked to, between this country and England. Here, especially in the area that I live in here in California, outdoor cats is a big no in general. There are outdoor cats in my neighborhood that I see all the time. But more often than not, people are more prefer indoor cat than outdoor, and cats are happy being indoor. I'm pro indoor cat. What I learned about people in England is that they're pro outdoor cat, which is great, that's fine, but also anti indoor cat. They are sad for the cats that have to spend all their days inside, because a lot more cats are outdoor cats, I think, out there. But they're sad for indoor cats and are almost against the idea of keeping a cat inside all the time. But I think what I read, at least for where I live, they live much safer, happy, healthier lives indoors. They're domesticated. They're not outdoor animals anymore. They're happy inside. There are coyotes here. I had to actually sign paperwork with both of my cats when I adopted them that I was agreeing I would never let them outside, at least loose, like to be an outdoor cat. I'm getting her a leash though, and we're gonna go on walks, and I'm excited about it. But I actually had to sign in my paperwork when I adopted my cats that I wouldn't allow them to be outdoor cats, because it's not safe for them here. And also, cats can have an effect on the ecosystem of the environments that they get let out into, killing the birds and the lizards and the mice, and it kind of like disrupts things sometimes, is what I read about. But I never knew people were, I knew people were pro outdoor, pro indoor. I didn't know there were people who were anti indoor cat. But I get it. It's sad when you think about having cats when you grew up, always being outside, exploring, laying in the sun. It sounds lovely. But also some cats just built for inside, especially because they're domestic cats. My cat, she wouldn't survive a second. She hates the outdoors. She doesn't like grass, doesn't like to touch the ground. I'm excited to see how walking her on a leash goes, though, because I think she'll be excited about the birds. But she's utterly and drastically afraid of the outdoors. I don't think she wants to be an outdoor cat. I think she's happy in here. And they live much longer. Don't end up getting any kinds of various different infections and things. They live a different life. I don't think either is necessarily bad, though. In California, there's the risk of coyotes, though, which is why here specifically, I would never let my cat outside on her own. But people do. People do. I'm impressed that Reddit said that this person was the asshole. I think it's just would your hold on. Hold on. I'm sweating. How to get the beep. How to get the beep, beep, beep. Turn the air on. Okay. Yeah, no. I had to go run and grab the remote to turn my air on. I'm sweating. I'm melting alive in my hoodie. Well, I guess I get why it's controversial. Everyone's saying they're the asshole. Maybe. For all I know, maybe. You're the asshole for allowing your cat outside where it will eat local wildlife. I think the cat, which is geriatric, is not going around hunting, eating the wildlife. But there are people who are very, very anti-outdoor cat. That I knew about, too. A big conversation around it. You're the asshole. You shouldn't be fostering at all. You do not have the space or capacity to care for your fosters if you cannot care for your own cat. But I don't know. Am I missing something? They said that the cat, she tries to get the cat to come inside, but it doesn't want to. It likes to lay outside. That's like my dog. My dog will spend hours and hours and hours and hours laying outside in the sun in the yard, and we keep trying to get her to come in because it's really hot outside. We make sure she's drinking water, but she doesn't want to come in. She loves it. Loves laying out in the grass, so... The thing is, what she said is she's allowing the elderly cat to remain outside. Like, she's not trying to force the cat inside when it doesn't want to, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's why it's incontroversial. I did not expect Reddit to deem them the asshole. I feel like not enough information. That's sometimes what they put in the thing. Not enough info. If you had no foster cats and your cat still chose to be outside all day, then I think we have our answer, is that you're not the asshole and you're offering to foster cats in the space that you do have, because you do have a whole room for them. Am I an asshole? Is it me? It was me all along. Okay. Next controversial, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for leaving the house while my girlfriend is still sleeping? So I made plans for us to get up, go work at a coffee shop, then meet my family for lunch, and then go to the market. How early? Oh no. My girlfriend likes to sleep in. I get up super early, 5:30 to 6 a.m. Did the music stop? Oh my god, no, my headphones are out. Oh, that couldn't be me. Listen, you guys might just not be compatible on the waking up at that time kind of a thing. Maybe she just misses your family for lunch. Or maybe she just meets you with your family for lunch and you let her sleep. I haven't even read it yet. Oh god, 6 a.m. I told her I'm such a late, I've been waking up at 9 a.m. every day and I've been pretty proud of myself for that because it's been consistent. I'll only snooze like twice. I'll only allow at least 2 snoozes. Except today, I slept till 10:30 today and I almost was late for my hair appointment. I'm still really tired. I don't know what happened. I just am tired. Anyway, I'm not a morning person. I wish I was. I love every day that I do have to get up in the morning and I have so much extra time because I usually end up going to bed around the same time, if not just a little bit earlier. But I'm also such a night owl. I'm not allowed to have it both ways and I'm pretty upset about it. I told her I wanted to leave early, like 7 a.m., because I had a ton of work to do before seeing my family. She expressed how exhausted and tired she was yesterday, so this morning when I woke up at 6 a.m., considering we went to bed at 11:30, I didn't wake her up and let her sleep. Oh. Uh-oh. I got ready to leave and went to kiss her goodbye while telling her, take all the time you need, meet me at the coffee shop. I don't want to rush you. I know you're tired. She all of a sudden gets all cold with me saying, oh my god, why didn't you wake me up? I thought we were going together. I expressed that I wanted to let her sleep because I know how tired she was and that she can just meet me later being an hour later so she can get ready while I get a head start on my work. I would take him up on that for sure. I would have taken him up on that for sure. I finally leave the house and she texts me basically saying how she doesn't understand why I was able to wake her up to say goodbye but not able to wake her up when I woke up. It isn't over yet, but I guess so far I would have woken her up when I woke up and been like, hey, I'm getting up and getting ready, but if you want to sleep for another hour, you can meet me there. But at least give her the knowledge to know she has that option instead of, because I would have taken him up on it. I would have been like, I will do that, but at least maybe wake her up to tell her that you're doing that. I get it. It is a nice gesture he tried, but she wanted to wake up with him, even though she was tired. It was 11:30 to wake up at 7 a.m. They wanted to leave at 7 a.m., so probably wake up at 6 a.m. He woke up at 6 a.m. I don't know, I guess let her have the option, because she didn't know. She later starts texting me arguing that it isn't fair that we made plans and I'm going off on my own without her. All I wanted to do was make her sleep in more because I know how tired she was. She starts with the name calling, uh-oh. And I told her instead of arguing with me since you're already up, get ready and come. The coffee place is 10 minutes away from our house. She says she doesn't want to drive there and pay for parking and pay for gas. I don't know if she expected me to drive back to pick her up. I really think she's being a baby. My solution would be to just get in your car, drive over. It's not that difficult. I apologize for not waking her up, but I genuinely just wanted her to sleep. How long does she need to get? Oh man, I don't know. Oh, I'm just drawing my phone. She finally basically cancels all our daily plans and says, have a nice day. I'm sitting in the coffee shop alone now. It's been 2 hours. She isn't coming. Am I the asshole for leaving while she was sleeping? It does seem like a minor problem. It seems like a minor problem that could easily be remedied with a little bit more communication. You know? She's saying she would have preferred to have been woken up instead of being left to sleep for an hour and maybe have the option to sleep for an hour by letting her know if that's something she would have preferred. Maybe she would have gotten up and gone with you. Maybe she was excited about it and she didn't have that option. She resorted to name calling though. And I don't think that's really ever an avenue you should take in a relationship. So usually the relationship, am I the assholes? Every single time, the only solution is you have to communicate better or you should break up if you can't figure that out, because it's the most basic thing you need to know how to do to each other is communicate, and they never can do that effectively with each other in these posts. Never. All he has to do is be like, I'm sorry, I thought you would appreciate this. Next time, if this happens again, I'll wake you up so you can make that decision for yourself. Please don't call me names, though. I was trying to be nice. They both need to communicate better. She would have preferred to be woken up, and she's allowed to prefer that, but then she started calling him names. I would have definitely taken up on the... I mean, maybe she wasn't going to be tired. They went to bed at 11:30, but I would have taken him up on the extra hour. But I guess I would have also liked to have the option. Get woken up when he wakes up so I can say, I will sleep for another hour. Or say, you know what, no, I want to get up and go to the coffee shop and start early today because I was really looking forward to it. And the thing is, you can just talk, you just say that. You just talk about these things just like that. It's that easy. So maybe it'll communicate better. Everyone sucks here because you don't know how to communicate. Not the asshole, your girlfriend is highly immature. Edit, what's wrong with the people in the comments section? Sure, he made plans and changed them because he genuinely wanted her to sleep more because she was tired. He wanted her to get an hour more of sleep. I wouldn't say she became highly immature when confronted with something that made her unhappy. She resorted to becoming highly immature. But I think they both kind of suck in this relationship if they can't communicate better. And it's a very small thing. You can fix this. You can fix it very easily. Just talk. You just talk about it. Or just say it. You just say it. You just say that. Just talk about it. I'd like having the choice. And would also like him to follow through on what they planned. Yeah. I would like the choice, because you know what? Maybe some mornings I will choose to sleep in, but some I might not. And maybe I will surprise you with that, because I'm not one to want to wake up at 7 a.m., 6 a.m., to be out the door at 7 a.m. But also if we made plans, and for all you know, I'm like really excited about the fact that we made breakfast plans. We're going to work in a coffee shop. That sounds like a really cute day. But also it's only an hour. You just got to communicate better. You guys are fine. You can be fine if you talk. I guess I see why that one's controversial, though. He was doing a nice gesture, and she ended up calling him names because she wasn't happy about it. She wanted to go with him. It was just a miscommunication. I would want the option. Sometimes I do wake up very early. Sometimes I'm like, I'm going to be a morning person today, and I like living the fantasy that I could potentially be that person forever. But I know that it's a lie, and that I wouldn't ever be able to do that. But I like imagining that maybe I could. For a day, for one morning, and then never again. Uh-oh. Okay, this one's also on the controversial one. This also doesn't have any votes on it at all. And it's incredibly short. I'm gonna help you with your relationship problems, my dudes on Reddit. Sometimes the girls. Am I the asshole for expecting my girlfriend, 20 female, to text me 20 male back throughout the day? That's gonna depend. That's really gonna depend. I've been living in the UK summers even when I'm not a morning person. I have so much... It's so light out. It's light out in the UK until like past 10 p.m. It doesn't feel like I've wasted my day because it doesn't get dark until ages. It's so light out for so long. It's really nice. Also, the summers there are really, really... I mean, the summers, as if I've been there for more than one, which has only been 1 week. It's been really nice. I'm excited to go back. I am going back in... later this month. I'm going... Only because... Wait, is it later this month? No, next month. I'm going back next month. After VidCon, maybe a little bit of this month, because I'm going to go there first, ahead of TwitchCon Amsterdam, and then I'm going to Amsterdam from there, and it's gonna be so much fun. I'm so excited for Amsterdam. Chris, are you going to Amsterdam? I hope so. I'm so excited. And then I'm gonna properly be in the middle of summer in the UK, and I'm really, really excited. Yay! Yay! I don't know which day I'm going back to the UK from here. VidCon is on the 22nd, and I don't know how many days I'll be down in Anaheim for. And then I don't know which day we're flying out, but I'll be there until Amsterdam, and then I'm coming back. I'm so excited. I've never been. I have been told many things about many different parts of it from different people that have been there. And they all have very different opinions about what the best part of like the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and I'm gonna see it all. I don't know how. We're also gonna spend, I think, some extra days there outside of the con. I'm not sure though. We have 0 plans actually made, except for the fact that I know I'm going and I'll be on a panel. I can't tell you which though. I don't even know if I'm allowed to tell you I'm on one, but oops. Am I the asshole for a second of my girlfriend, 20 female, to text me 20 mail back throughout the day? Basically, we are both college students and on summer break. She has an internship that is considerably busier than mine. Throughout the day, we just casually text each other about some things, but there's more and more time between her responses, even when she's not doing work on break on Instagram. I can see the online status. Does Instagram have an online status? Since when? Does Instagram show when you're, or is that like Facebook Messenger? You know what? Someone sent me a message from Instagram and it went to my Facebook Messenger. And I didn't know that was even possible. It also didn't work. It was broken. Oh, there is. Oh my God. Oh, uh-oh. All the Instagram DMs I was looking at and they knew I was online and I didn't answer. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I'm not gonna think about it. Am I the asshole for expecting her to at least text back during these breaks downtime? No, expecting is purely in my head. I haven't said anything about this to her. Asshole said. Reddit said they're the asshole. I mean, she's working. How do you know she's not doing work just because her thing says she's online on Instagram? I also don't know what her internship is. Is she needing to be on her phone? I don't know. I don't think there's anything, I don't think that you need to be expecting her to answer right away, but I think you're in a position of, you need to go talk to her because she's answering less and less, like, slower than usual, and you're starting to get insecure about it. You're starting to get nervous. You got a little bit of anxiety about it. You want to make sure that there's nothing going on. And you know how you remedy that? You don't expect answers every time. Instead, you just talk to her. You don't tell her you need her to answer right away. You just talk to her about what's going on and just check in, you know, with your partner, with your significant other. You just can say, hey, you been busier? Or even just be like, hey, I've been a little bit, you know, I'm having a moment. I'm having an anxiety moment. Communication. The fact that she's even texting back throughout her job that he did admit is busier than his. I wish I knew what it was because I don't know what it is she's doing, but he says there's more and more time between her responses even when she's not working. But I don't know how he knows that. Even if he's just seeing that she's online on Instagram. I don't think that that means she's not working just then. And maybe she just wants a second to go on Instagram. And don't let your insecurities ruin a good relationship. You've got to communicate about it. It's okay if you get anxiety about the fact that she's not answering quick enough. You might feel like you're being too clingy, but you just have to talk it out with your partner so they can reassure you. Because I'm sure that's what she would do. Unless there is something wrong in this relationship and you're headed down a road where maybe she doesn't want to be with you anymore. But you got to communicate it through. You got to communicate it through. Let them reassure you or just tell you how it is. Don't be afraid. Yeah. We need to talk about it. She can have free time without having to talk with him every second she has available. If she has 5 seconds, like even a minute of free time between her work and she wants to just open Instagram real quick because she knows her partner's also busy and she'll talk to him later when they're both not working at all. They'll have much closer personal time together later. So I think you just have to talk out that insecurity with her so she can make you feel better, that it's probably just that she wanted to look at Instagram and that was really the only free time she had in that moment. And she knew she'd see you later and you're also working and she didn't know if you'd be able to answer right away when she answers you. So she'll answer you later when you're not working. As a neurodivergent being, please don't expect immediate response. Sometimes my brain needs a break. And so I scroll. Same. Sometimes, although I have a problem where if I don't answer right away, I'll forget a little bit. I think that's ADHD. But I've been really, really good about making sure at some point every day, I check around the different places that I haven't answered a message in immediately from. So I'll check all my emails just to double check at the end of a day or the next day. I'll check all my texts to make sure. I'll make a point at some point to do that. But I don't answer everything right away. If in that moment I'm doing something, I don't want to think about that thing right now, I'll come back to it and I make sure I set aside a point in the day or the next day to check the things that I knew I didn't answer right away and be like, let me make sure I didn't forget. Yeah, sometimes you just want to have Instagram time. Sometimes I just want to have Tumblr time. Sometimes I just want to scroll down TikTok and not think. And then later I'll have my time with my partner in person where it means maybe more. I wonder what their love languages are. Maybe one of them, maybe his is words and he's looking for texts constantly because he needs that to feel better. And you know, you talk that out and work on it. And maybe hers is quality time, which she considers more in person and doesn't really think so highly of the texts that you're sending back and forth while you're working and is waiting for that quality time when she comes home. Easily talked out. Easily can talk about that one. Easy peasy. You can work on that one. The thing that will possibly affect your relationship is if you do have an expectation of her that she has to respond in order to like soothe these insecurities of yours always, that might cross a boundary of hers that like sometimes she needs to just go on her phone, go on Instagram, and it means your text gets left unread for a little bit longer than normal. But if you're being overbearing, I think that'll only end up pushing her away. That's why you have to talk about it instead of expecting anything, first of all. Let's put expectations aside for a second and talk to our partner about our needs. And then she can talk about what her needs are. And either you work that out, or you break up. Fundamental needs is and communication is just, you know, the fundamentals. And ultimately, if you find out that those two, your two needs don't end up making like make sense, aren't able to work together, a compromise is impossible for you both to be happy, maybe it isn't meant to be. Find someone who will be able to align with and so just don't have expectations like that. Am I the asshole because I won't cook for roommates? Probably not. My better judgment is thinking, probably not. About 5 months ago, I struck an agreement with my roommates. My husband and I live with 2 other people, and we have a pretty small fridge. You 4 can't chip in for a little bit of a bigger fridge? So there was never room for anything in it, because there were always 2 households worth of ingredients stocked in it. Plus, it was getting pretty annoying having 2 sets of people fight, not really, over the same kitchen every day, because it was time to cook dinner. Okay. So I proposed a deal. Everyone contribute into a communal dinner budget, and I would cook dinner for all 4 of us every day. Oh, what have you done to yourself? What did you do? I'm great at economizing? What's that mean? What are these words that I don't know what they mean in all these Am I the Asshole posts? Economizing? I think they just mean like being economically conscious and spend less, reduce one's expenses. Okay, that's what I'd never heard that. Economizing. And cooking on a low budget. And not to toot my own horn or anything, but cooking is a huge hobby of mine, so I feel confident saying I'm not too shabby at that either. I don't know where this is going yet. I'm going to finish reading it, but I'm just going to say I've been you before where I was like, if I'm already cooking for me, to cook double, triple, like just more of the ingredients doesn't take that much more effort if I'm already going to be cooking it for one. And I did that. I did that for a partner. But then it gets taken advantage of. And then who's doing that for you ever? What are they doing for you to make it feel like a balance where your time and your efforts are being respected and appreciated? And is anyone making an effort for you to feel respected and appreciated and cared for? Also, these are roommates, so they're probably not even going to be thinking about you like that at all. And then you get taken advantage of. Let's see. We don't even know. I like to cook a wide range of foods, which is something my husband loves. For example, Japanese-style ramen, Chinese braised pork over rice, Moroccan curry. Can I be a roommate? Can I move in? I want to move in. Pasta salad, grilled fish with roasted vegetables, and authentic Italian carbonara are all things I might show up on the dinner when I cook. I want to move in. I would like to move in now. I'd like to take advantage. Things went well for a while, but after a couple of months, our roommates started making requests. That's fine. Sometimes I would even ask for ideas on what to cook. But then the restrictions came and came and came and just kept piling on. Side note, the partner at the time when I was doing all of the things, cooking, cleaning, laundry, everything, I was cooking a lot of the times chicken. I would just make grilled chicken sandwiches, and they kept telling me that it was tasting like soap, and I couldn't figure out. I was like, did I leave like soap residue in the pan that I like was grilling the chicken in, like pan frying? I was using cilantro, and it didn't occur to me until years later that they were just one of those people that cilantro tastes like soap. But every single time he was like, it tastes like soap. And I was like, I'm so sure that I washed the pan and there was no soap on it when I went and used it and dried it after. And I couldn't figure it out. And I kept apologizing. I was like, I'm so sorry. I must have just not washed all the soap off of the pan. It was just cilantro. But I didn't know about that thing yet. I didn't know about the cilantro thing until later. And it all makes so much sense now. It makes so much sense now. I love cilantro. But I didn't know that. It tastes like soap to some people. Okay. Oh my God. The requests kept piling on. Now the list is... What is playing right now? What is this music? No pasta. How does that even end up on this list at all? No curry, no rosemary. I hate rosemary. That's me. But no thyme, no oregano, no provincial herbs. Provincial. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Don't know what that one means. Can't find it. No olives, no Asian noodles. What? No noodles! No noodles! No soy sauce, no oyster sauce, no peanut-based sauces. No chickpeas, no lamb, no pesto, no basmati rice. That must be a kind of rice that I don't know about. No pork belly, no sun-dried tomatoes. I also hate those. I'm just going to tell you things that I hate. No Szechuan pepper or Szechuan pepper oil. No vinegar, no balsamic. No couscous. I don't know what couscous is. No shrimp, no fennel. I don't like fennel. No garam masala. I don't know what that one is either. No sugar and low salt. Bitch, what's left? You said all of the things that make food good. All of them. Who says no to pasta? You know, if you're about to start making requests and restrictions like this of no pasta, that's when you just start making your own food. Just go microwave some chicken nuggets. I don't know what you want. But don't dip it in anything because all of the things are on the list. I'm sure there are plenty that I forgot, but they definitely would be mentioned if I used. I like to be adventurous when I cook, and I just got really, really tired of being so limited. It honestly felt like I was being handed a new restriction every day after a while. And before this ends up being the same story as that one woman that would cook 2 dinners because her husband didn't like what she was cooking for him. So she'd make 2, and then one time he didn't like either of the dinners and asked her to do a 3rd one. So I stopped cooking for them and went back to only cooking for my husband and I. But my roommates are pretty upset that I'm not cooking anymore. They have started hinting that they would like me to cook for them again, and I just say no. Am I the asshole? No, definitely not. No. It was very kind of you to even offer in the first place. Genuinely, one of the nicest things you could have ever offered as a roommate living with so many other people, that you would cook for 4 mouths. No complaint. Happy to take requests even. It's when they started making way too many restrictions that is when you have to say, maybe I should just go make my own food. Or maybe I should just order a pizza. Definitely not the asshole that as soon as it started becoming more limited. Because what do they want you to do now? Cook a second dinner so that they can eat too? How do you say no pasta is the one I don't get. I don't love all of those ingredients. And you know what I would have done if I was her roommate and she made, let's say, something that had rosemary in it. And I'm like, I really just dislike rosemary where I can't eat anything that has it on it because it's very strong. It is a very strong taste. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go make my own food. I'm going to whip something up in the microwave. You know, if she even felt like having a compromise, which she does not owe these people at all, I would say you can even compromise that at least once or twice a week, you make something like pretty easy that everyone can eat and then they can have some leftovers. But even that is being just so generous to them. You're not the asshole. You are not a restaurant. They can go back to sucking cheese out of a tube. That's one of the top comments. If you're going to have restrictions and you order a pizza, you just do your own thing. Just do your own thing. There were like 10 that made no sense. Yeah, the no pasta and no Asian noodles. You just don't like noodles. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Also, where is there cheese out of a tube that you can suck? Because I've never heard of that before. Is there cheese tubes like a Go-Gurt that you can just suck cheese out of? I'm not knocking it. I want to know where to buy it. If your diet is that restricted, they should make their own. Exactly. And it's not even, are they on no carbs? They didn't say no to any other kinds of carbs because there was a specific rice they said no to. If it's that specific, you do just have to go back to making your own food because she's not trying to just make bland chicken and plain rice every night. And it was so kind of her to even be cooking in the first place for everyone. Probably spray cheese. Can we talk about how, though, Cheese Whiz is actually good? Are we ready for that conversation that Cheese Whiz is actually really good and makes the best nachos? If you just spray a Cheese Whiz on a plate of tortilla chips, we pop it in the microwave. It's really good. No? Oh, shit. No? Oh, no. It's a resounding no in the chat. Oh, God. Have you tried it, though? Don't knock it. Till you tried it. I loved, as a kid, putting Cheese Whiz all over a plate of tortillas, microwave it a little bit so the cheese is hot. Americans, someone said. Listen, I don't even eat American cheese. Cheese Whiz, I don't even know what you call that. I don't think that that's cheese. And listen, I brought this up to Megan, and she didn't judge me for it. I might call that nachos, and Megan is Mexican, and she didn't judge me for it. But maybe she was just being nice to my little white people nacho feelings. It's good, though. It is good. It's really good. You judge me in my Cheese Whiz. Her not judging you is on her. Oh, man. It is good, though. It is good. You can't lie to me and tell me it's not. Exalted Wolf, thank you for subscribing. TikTok, thank you for subscribing. Prince LPJ, thanks for subbing. Waco Daco, thanks for subbing. Only a Left Shoe, thank you for the prime. Where'd your other shoe go? Red Cinder, a Deflated Puffer Fish, thank you guys for subscribing. If it brings you joy, go for it. Thank you. Thank you. She did not give me a pass on my tacos, though. My tacos are shameful. Megan's tacos, though. And the corn elote is my favorite thing ever. I love corn. Corn, mayo, cheese. It's a special kind of cheese. It's not normal cheese. And then like tahini. Corn is the best, I think. It's so good. Street corn? Oh my goodness. Am I the asshole for telling my wife there is no way she's naming our son after her ex? Oh no. Oh. You know what? I don't want to read this one. I don't want to read this one. I thought it would be a fun one to comment on, but actually it goes very dark, so we're not going to read that one. We're keeping it light. I miss the elote. There isn't any. Can we make it? We can make it. They don't. Do they have tahini in England? Do they have that there? Oh, man. I watched Phil's vlog, though, and I saw all the food that you guys ate when you came out here. I need to know where some of these food places were that you went to, because it looked really, really good. You got like a corn dog thing that looked so good. And the donuts. I love donuts. All right, let's find. Should I keep looking in the controversial one? I feel like they're so many people haven't read them and they're not very good ones. They don't sound like fun ones to read. Am I the asshole for telling my girlfriend my sister doesn't like her? I really love the relationship ones. I love commenting on other people's relationships. They only give me a little window of a story from their perspective that I get to judge. But I really just love it a lot. I really love it. My girlfriend, 24 female, and I, 22 male, have been together for about 7 months now. For context, I'm from a small town in Italy. Wow, and my girlfriend is from America. Most people from my town don't really leave, but I went to study in London, which is where I met my now girlfriend. Our relationship is great, and she has come to Italy to meet my family already. She doesn't speak any Italian, so I translated all of her interactions between my parents and older sister. My sister has some reservations about my girlfriend because she can only speak English, and she worries that because I'm dating her, I won't come back to Italy to be with family and take care of my parents as they age. I know she's just worried, and it's not the norm for someone to move away. I wouldn't blame the girlfriend for that, though, if that's just maybe something he wants. He went to London already on his own. But I'm also happy and not planning on moving home in the near future regardless. I think my sister has a hard time understanding this and hence blames my girlfriend for it. My sister is getting married in September, and I asked my girlfriend to come, and she's been a little hesitant as she has never been to a wedding and would be alone for a lot of it, as I'll be in the wedding and she'll have to be alone with my extended family who also don't speak English. I spent a while convincing her to come and even got my mom to send some dress ideas to help her feel more welcome and comfortable with coming. She and I have very open communication. Oh, that's a first. That is a first for anyone posting on Reddit ever. And after all of this, I figured she was comfortable with her place in my family and didn't think she'd be bothered to know anything about them as long as she and I were good. Tonight, while we were drinking, I was talking to her about the problems I have been having with my sister and how she feels about my girlfriend. I think I was wrong because my girlfriend was pretty upset to think my sister doesn't like her. And is now reconsidering coming to the wedding. I'm trying to explain to her that she shouldn't care what my sister thinks because we all have different outlooks, but I think my girlfriend is really hurt. I don't really think I did anything wrong, but am I the asshole? Reddit said he's the asshole. It's another one that I don't necessarily agree. Also another one that could use maybe a little more information. If you were the girlfriend, would you rather know or not know? Because they communicate, and he maybe over-communicated is the problem because he told her that his sister isn't, super keen on her. Would you rather know, though? Or would you rather that be kept away from you? I'm in the business of wanting to know. But you know what? I was talking to some people recently about a similar kind of a story, and they all agreed that they wouldn't want to know. Like, it's unnecessary information that makes you feel worse, and you can't do much about it when you know. Like, there's nothing you can change, so you feel like shit. So some people would rather not know, I think. I would want to know. I also would still go, because I wouldn't care what she thinks, and maybe would try and make more of an effort to show her, like, I'm not trying to steal your brother. I really respect your family. Maybe get some Duolingo, learn a little Italian, or at least some phrases a little bit. Yeah, if I didn't know and then I found out later, I'd be sad because he didn't tell me. It's kind of a lose-lose, because how would he know that this is a thing she would rather have not known? Unless he tells her. And now he knows she's the kind of person that maybe would have preferred not to know. Or she's glad she knows now, but it's giving her a wider perspective and she's more unsure about going to the wedding, which she's feeling uncomfortable about, and that's okay too. That's valid. I think it's not a situation where you're an asshole. But Reddit, for all intents and purposes, you have to decide yes or no. Are you the asshole? Reddit decide he is the asshole. Your girlfriend can't unhear what you said. Of course she's hurt and reconsidering coming to the wedding. I'd rather have all the information though. Make an informed decision. Most people would be hurt if they found out their significant other sibling doesn't like them. But that's not his fault. I don't know. Am I crazy that I'm not agreeing with Reddit saying that they're the asshole? And would feel uncomfortable going to the person who doesn't like them's wedding. She might not want to go. And that, I think, if she does end up ultimately deciding that, I think you have to just support her, that she's just opting for what makes her feel more comfortable right now. And maybe later in your relationship, she'll get more comfortable as she gets to know them better and would be more comfortable being around them in that setting, but maybe too soon for her. And that's okay. Why are you pushing the point of her going to the wedding? Put yourself in your girlfriend's shoes. The day is going to be horrible for her, being left alone, no one speaking English, not knowing anyone. What is the point of her being there? I don't think he's an asshole for telling her what his sister thinks. I think it's something that as the girlfriend, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to show her that. I love and respect your family. If I'm here long term, I'd love to become part of it, so I don't want to upset anyone. But I might not want to go to this wedding either if I'm her. I don't know. It's up to her, really. I don't think you're an asshole because she's upset now to find out that your sister doesn't love her. I'd be upset if I found that out too, but I would like to know it. But if she really just doesn't want to go to this wedding because it's a lot of uncomfortable variables, components. You're the asshole. Don't ask your girlfriend of 7 months to come to a wedding of someone who hasn't warmed up to her. That's just a bad idea. If she doesn't want to go, then I think she shouldn't go. She probably wouldn't have a good time. And she can't talk to anybody there. I think if it happened later down the line, after a little bit of time that she can spend with your sister, she'd probably be more comfortable. But if at this moment in time she isn't, you let her stay home and support her in that decision. And then work on getting your sister to warm up to her and explain to your sister, because I think this is your job now. Explain to your sister, your girlfriend is not making you leave Italy and leave your family behind. You don't plan on coming back home, regardless of her being in the picture or not. And I think that needs to be a conversation you have with you. Good communication with you and your girlfriend. Bad communication with your sister. I think she needs to be let in on the idea that your girlfriend's not the reason you're not coming home. You don't want to go home. And that's a scary thing to admit to your family. Yasmin, thank you for subscribing. You're the asshole. It seems asshole's harsh, but because this is the thread, am I the asshole? Maybe. It seems pretty obvious that your family is pretty important to you. So for you to tell her that your sister doesn't like her is understandably hurtful and anxiety inducing. If it didn't really matter how your sister felt, you should not have told her. I know I wouldn't want to be at the wedding when the bride doesn't like me. Oh, I forgot the sister's the bride. It's her wedding. Oh, I don't know why I forgot that detail, and I just thought it was someone else's in the family's wedding, and they were both going to be part of the wedding, the sister and the brother. It is the sister's wedding that doesn't like her. Oh, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't want to go. Just imagining how awkward that would be sounds awful. I wouldn't want to go. I forgot it was the actual sister herself's wedding. Herself. Yeah, that changes things. I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go. You're not an asshole. But don't make her go if she's uncomfortable. I think you did the right thing telling her. Obviously, she's upset to hear it. That's just unavoidable. But I think it's good she knows. I wouldn't want to go. That's so awkward. I wouldn't want to go. Too soon. You work on that relationship, but if it's just too soon, there is time, and they can get along, and they'll be great, and they'll be family one day. That day's not today. Let her stay home. The day's not today. Let her stay home. I want to read all the ones in this thread. This is Am I the Asshole / controversial. I want to read all the ones that Reddit deemed you were the asshole. Because so far I haven't entirely agreed that they are even actually an asshole. In this one I get why. I'd say asshole's a bit harsh. But start listening to your girlfriend. Understand that she's not comfortable. Support her from afar. The other one, the cat one, I don't think that person's the asshole. I don't know. I feel like I'm insane. Let's read another one that Reddit said they're the asshole and see if we agree. Am I the asshole for telling my brother-in-law to stay home after he complained about going to the resort we booked for his birthday? This title might sound and look bad at first glance. Reddit said they're the asshole, so it might end up being as bad as it sounds. But hear me out. My wife, 31 female, and me, 32 male, had been planning a birthday present for my brother-in-law, 31 male, for a while. We eventually found a resort that was an hour boat trip away from our hometown and was a decently priced weekly bill. Weekly? How long are you going? Also, where do you live? I want to know where you have a resort an hour boat trip away from your hometown. Where is this? We ended up booking it for him because he always complained, because he is a lawyer, about needing a break, and we understood. So that is why we decided to do something so big for him. Anyway, we kept asking him about him secretly. I see. We kept asking about him secretly. Do you have seasickness? Do you like the ocean? Things like that, and hoped that he wouldn't suspect a thing. His birthday finally came around, and we were excited to show him what we booked. We told him the night before to make sure to be awake at 10 a.m. so we could start celebrating, and I and my wife were up until 3 a.m. making sure bookings were correct and everything was going ahead. You love your brother. That's a big thing to plan for your brother. I feel like I know where this is about to go wrong. He wakes up at 11 a.m. and it is an hour-long drive to the docks, so we had to get him a McDonald's breakfast on the way to the docks instead, because we had planned the staff to make him brunch at the resort. But we weren't going to make it on time now. Anyway, we ended up going to the docks 10 minutes before our trip. We were supposed to be there 45 minutes in advance. And when my brother-in-law asked where we were going, I told him the name of the resort and told him it was a surprise for him. Is this 8-bit Bruno Mars? No, this is Nintendo. Oh my god, it is! It's Nintendo Wii Shop with Bruno Mars. How'd you know that? I was like, no. It is Bruno Mars. That's amazing. Good ear. 8-bit Bruno Mars. He told me flat out, with no regrets, and with the blankest look on his face, cool, I've already been here before, so you could have at least asked me first before booking this resort. I turned around to him and said, you know what? How dare you talk to me and my wife like that? What the fuck are you thinking? What? You piece of shit. Do you know how much effort went into this for you to sleep in so we nearly missed the boat and then for you to be an ungrateful piece of shit? That happened fast. You jumped to calling him a piece of shit really quickly. And he said, I've been here before. And he didn't, you know what? Maybe sounded a little bit ungrateful in the moment, but he didn't even say that he didn't want to go or anything like that. He just has been there before and maybe could have told you a different one, but I would have just maybe said, oh, wow, thanks! But to then immediately flip and say, what the fuck, you piece of shit. That's an extreme reaction. That's a very extreme reaction. He tried to cut in and he made it out before I started screaming again, well, it's my birthday. I said, I don't give a shit, stay here, fuck you, go to your own resort. Then we left him behind while we went and enjoyed the resort that he had already been to. We enjoyed it, so am I the asshole? Dare I say, everybody sucks here? That's a really extreme reaction. Even if it wasn't like the greatest, like not the response you were expecting to booking an entire trip at a resort for your brother's birthday, and it ends up being one that he's been to before. If I was him, I'd shut up about it, honestly. But he didn't, But just because he didn't respond the way you were expecting, you flipped quick. You flipped really quick. Everybody kind of sucks a little bit here. I feel like there's something between these brothers, because for you to, you flipped so fast. So fast. You didn't even be like, oh, I'm sorry, you've been here before, but hey, we'll have a good time. You know, you weren't here with us. It's going to be a real good time. You called him a piece of shit. That's a really quick turnaround. I don't know. Yeah, was it not the response you were hoping for? Sure. You weren't expecting that. You didn't know he's already been there before. Also, I have a lot of anxiety around the idea of someone planning something that big and I find out the day of and I don't give a big enough reaction because I just am in shock. I don't like surprises. I don't like keeping them when it's my own for somebody else. We all know this. I can't keep a secret of my own for shit. And surprises make me anxious. But I don't know. You called him a piece of shit real quick. I feel like he could have known a few days before for a resort. And even if it is one he's been to before, the brother didn't necessarily say, like, I don't want to go because I've been here before. He just pointed out in a little bit of a, like a nonchalant, like, oh, cool, I've been here before. He didn't say he didn't want to go. He just pointed out. And he said, you could have asked me and I would have picked one that we haven't been to before. But you know what? They wanted it to be a surprise. They picked one accidentally that he had been to before. In my mind, doesn't need to be that big of a deal. You still go have fun at this resort. Am I crazy that I'm getting a whiff of like who you've been to? So like, does your brother think? Because he didn't say this. It sounds like he was fine with going there again. But also because of the fact you've been there before, is that like? Am I crazy that I would happily go to a resort? I'd happily go to the same one twice. I don't care that I've been there before. It's a resort. But also, I don't think the brother was saying he wouldn't go and have fun. I think he's just pointing out that he's been there and we could have gone to a different one. But also, that's a resort. I don't care if I've been there before. Let me go to the same resort every single time. I don't care. It's a resort. That's fancy. That's fancy as hell. I wouldn't have turned around and called him a piece of shit, though, for that. I definitely wouldn't have done that. That was a really quick... Feels like you were... That felt loaded. Like you were... There was some other stuff behind it when you said he's a piece of shit. It sounded like you weren't just talking about him having been to the same resort before. It sounded like that one went way back. Felt like that one had more context we don't know about in it. Felt like you were holding on to some other things and you loaded it in that. You're a piece of shit. That you said. But also, I'm not about to complain about going to the same resort twice. It's a resort. He's getting a vacation at a resort. Who cares if you've been there before? Also, though, I don't know if he cared that he's, like he said, like, I don't know. He just seemed a little bit nonchalant about it, which I think just aggravated the brother. But, like, really quickly sent him from 0 to 100. Wow, you're the asshole. You decided unilaterally how a grown man was going to spend his birthday. I mean, okay, the resort... It was a nice thing until you called him a piece of shit. It was a nice thing. And when he mentioned that you could have looped him in, you threw a tantrum. He flipped so quick. And how self-involved are you that you thought you could plan a relaxing vacation for him when you didn't even know that he'd already been to the resort? Of course you enjoyed yourself. You did the whole thing for yourself under the pretense of a birthday gift for someone else. I don't know if I agree with all of that. I do think they both kind of suck. I do think they both a little bit suck. Brother gave a little bit of an attitude that gave the impression that he was a little bit unappreciative, but you didn't even give him the benefit of the doubt before calling him a piece of shit. But then also, I think planning a whole resort trip and not knowing that your brother has been there once is not really a big deal. I don't think that needed to be a big deal. I don't think your brother even really thought it needed to be a big deal. If I was a brother, I wouldn't have said it. I'm just saying. That would just be me. I wouldn't really have said it. Or I might mention, you know what? Oh man, I've been here before, but not with you guys. It's going to be a great time. I don't know. It sounds like these brothers don't have a good relationship. I think fundamentally these brothers just maybe don't like each other that much. And maybe he did just want a nice resort vacation for himself and didn't care if his brother liked it or not, and then ditched him at the absolute first opportunity he was given to. He also didn't know if his brother gets seasick. I don't think they have a good relationship, I think is fundamentally the problem that's happening here. And it felt like you flipping calling him a piece of shit. Felt like you were holding on to some stuff from years prior in that one. I don't know. If you don't know someone well enough that you have to ask questions like, do you get seasick? Then you don't know them well enough to plan an entire surprise vacation for them without their input. Yeah, maybe just get their input, though, also. Might have been a good idea. I would have too much anxiety planning a trip like this and not let them in on it to, like, find out if they would genuinely like a trip like this. You can let them know, like a few days in advance, and then worst case scenario, you plan a different resort at the last second, which shouldn't be that hard, or you just be like, oh, well, it's okay that you're going again because you've been there before. Shouldn't be a big deal. It's a resort. They'll have lots of stuff to do. You give someone a reason to get up at a specific time, like, so we can start celebrating. You can't be upset when he can't be upset when he slept in. That one bothered me, is he doesn't know where he's going. He doesn't know why getting up at 10 a.m. is so important. That one you can't be mad at him for. If there wasn't a good enough reason for him to urgently wake up at 10 in the morning, because he didn't know. He didn't know. And you made it on time, so it's not a big deal. It's their birthday. They have no reason to think you're going anywhere. He doesn't immediately respond with overwhelming enthusiasm, which isn't surprising after being rushed out of the house and given a fast food breakfast in the car with no idea why. That someone wouldn't be immediately enthusiastic. That doesn't mean he might not have still loved the trip. That's what I'm saying. He didn't say he wasn't willing to go. I just think these brothers don't really even actually like each other. That's what I'm picking up. But you immediately throw a fit and leave him at the docks after an hour drive from home on his birthday. You didn't wait a second to leave him behind. That is notable, is that you didn't even wait a second before leaving him behind. Yeah. Maybe work on your relationship with your brother. That sounds like where all the problems are coming from. I don't really know. What do I know? Maybe he is the asshole. But also, it sounds like you both just don't like each other. Maybe you're not even friends with each other, is what it sounds like. I'm gonna skim this one first before I read it, because sometimes they just don't end up being good enough to read out loud. Because some of these are bad. Some of these are just bad ones. But this is the controversial thread, so they think there's something controversial in it. And I want to know what that is, because I'm nosy. I like being in on people's business that I don't know. All right, I'm gonna read this one. I'm uncertain about it initially, but we came here for controversial. Am I the assholes? I'm diving into it head first, man. Toby La La La, thank you for subscribing. Emmy Delemy, thank you for subscribing. I like your username. Xylophone Home, thank you for subscribing. Yasmin, thank you for subbing. I like plans. Surprising can be nice, but usually like to know what's going on in advance. Surprises give me anxiety. I can't even hold on to a surprise in my own brain. It makes me nervous. But yeah, would I like a surprise vacation? I'd rather know. I'd rather know. You gotta know the person well enough to know if they'd even enjoy a surprise like that. And it sounded like your brother just didn't like that. I don't know. Am I the asshole for privately messaging a friend that her Facebook status made me uncomfortable? So for context, I, 34 female, am a proud bisexual, and I'm very lucky to be marrying my fiance, 28 female, next year. However, accepting my sexuality and figuring things out hasn't always been smooth sailing, and while I was aware that I liked multiple genders from my late teens, I didn't come out to anyone until I was mid-20s. One of my best friends, 29 female, who was also my bridesmaid, was having a girly night with another group of friends where drinks were involved and I guess drinking games. She posted a status along the lines of, I like a girl at work, but I don't know what to do. When I saw this, I initially was like, oh, well, she's having a good time with her friends. It's clearly someone taking the piss. And I knew it wasn't a serious post because she's as straight as they come. It didn't feel like a big deal, and I was going to let it go until my fiance pointed it out and the comments that came with it. I don't want to read that. I don't want to read it. Comments that were vulgar things from men about what she should do to her female coworker that she likes. I don't want to do quotes. Assuming she is straight, then likes, but okay. Vulgar things mostly from men, and I'll be honest, it really rubbed me the wrong way. Then the kicker was a comment from her saying how she hates this game, and under a quite sweet, sincere comment from saying she should talk to the girl, how it was all a joke. I misunderstood. I don't know what that said. That was really weird. There's too many commas in this sentence. What did you do? A comment from her saying how she hates this game, and under a quite sweet, sincere comment from someone saying she should talk to the girl, how it was all a joke. Okay, so she doesn't like a girl at work. She is straight. It's a joke. She doesn't like the girl at work. This more than anything upset me because it felt like she was trivializing my experience as a queer woman and making a joke out of it. I know in reality it's not the biggest of deals. Honestly, the biggest issue is all the people commenting. What's wrong with those people? Stop being their friends. They're gross. I know in reality it's not the biggest of deals and there's a lot worse shit being thrown at the LGBT community. However, as one of my best friends, she should have known better. Upon my other friends and my fiance's encouragement, I messaged her privately to let her know how I felt about the whole thing. This is fine, because she didn't say, hey, can you take that down? She said, hey, this makes me a little bit uncomfortable. And also, who the hell are you friends with that are leaving comments like that? They gave they gave an example of one of the comments from one of the men under the post that I don't want to read. That's how uncomfortable it is. I don't want to read it. So, I don't know, maybe her friend needs to pick better friends. I was very clear how I knew it was meant as a joke, and she really meant no harm at all, but it was and can be quite hurtful to see someone making light of a struggle that was very real for me. She replied, and this is your friend. She's not just sending this to a stranger that needs to, like, make her feel better. It was her best friend. She replied, and in all fairness, she was rather apologetic, but she said how she's going to delete the status and how it had basically ruined her night. Oh. I accepted her apology and said again how I knew she meant no harm by it. However, mulling it over, I feel quite guilty for calling her out. You didn't really call her out. You just DM'd her. It was never my intention to ruin her night with her. And I also shouldn't ruin her night. Just delete it and you can move on. You delete it and be like, oh, oops. Oops. And then don't do it again. It doesn't have to ruin your night when you make a little mistake like that because it wasn't that big of a deal. And your friend went and told you how they felt about it. And then you carry on. You can carry on from there just fine. Maybe I could have waited till I saw her in person to highlight my concerns. Honestly, I don't even think it was a big enough deal. The DM is, I think, the perfect way of going about it and be like, hey, this is a whole uncomfortable thing happening on your post. Mostly the people in the comments writing like really gross things about women together. You know what I mean? That's the issue, is all the people replying gross things about what they are suggesting to women that like each other should do. Relax, simmer down. You're a public on Facebook. Honestly, it would have felt like a bigger deal to bring it up in person. I think a DM was very appropriate. The friend did the right thing, apologized, take it down. But you don't have to let it ruin your night. And don't make someone feel guilty for it. Because your uncomfortable post that you now had to take down ruined your night. Mostly, I would block everyone in the comments. I would block every one of them, even if they're my friends in the comments. No, I wouldn't do that, but microwaved coffee is not the see-through color. What? This is not microwaved coffee, by the way. I didn't end up doing it. I am still curious, though. Scientifically, what is stopping me? Nothing. Nothing. You know, she's not an asshole. Even the post itself isn't like a major issue with the friend. It was mostly the replies and what the like, because the post itself was a joke, the replies were even further making a joke out of the entire experience. But you don't have to let it ruin your night. You can just admit like, oh, maybe a distasteful post and lots of distasteful replies. Let me just delete it so no one has to read them because they're gross. And not let it ruin my night and make the person who told me they were uncomfortable with what I posted feel guilty for it. XQC said when he played chess that he makes microwaved coffee. No, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's different. I wouldn't do that. I don't know what he means by making microwave coffee, because you can microwave water for your coffee. I'm talking, I brewed a cup of coffee, not in the microwave, right? And then I let it sit because I didn't get the chance to drink it. Now I have a cold cup of coffee. I want to put this in the microwave now. Please don't microwave your coffee. Tell me why. Give me a good reason why I shouldn't. What's gonna happen? I'm scared. It sounds wrong. Why not? Why not? I'm asking the questions that people aren't willing to ask. Do I really want to go and microwave this and find out what would happen? No, it feels really wrong. But scientifically, there's nothing really actually wrong with it. I'm gonna do it. We've talked about it too many times now. This is cold. I'm gonna microwave it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. This is your fault. This is your guys' fault. I'm putting it in for 30 seconds. I'm not trying to make it hot. I'm just 30 seconds. Architox, thank you for subscribing. 30 seconds, it's fine. Okay, it's warm. It's warm. Also, I didn't actually end up leaving it in for 30 seconds. I heard a pop. I heard a pop at 20 seconds, so I pulled it out. Don't blame us. We said no. I blame you. I blame you. All right, it's microwaved. 20 seconds. 20 seconds. The bottom of the mug is now a little warm. Is it going to taste the same, though? This is for science. It's also smoking. You know what? It's not a lot of coffee in here, so that might have been, honestly, 20 seconds even might have been overkill. I'm gonna let it cool off now because it is a little bit too hot now. Smoke or steam? Steam. It's not, my coffee's not on fire. I'm expecting it's gonna taste just fine, and there is seemingly nothing wrong with it. It just sounds like something you shouldn't do because reheating coffee in the microwave from earlier sounds wrong. But I'm here doing it for science. Am I the asshole for catching the bus without my girlfriend? Stop leaving your girlfriends behind. Why do you keep doing this? The other night, The other night, both me and my girlfriend were running to catch a bus after getting back from our holiday. We only have a 10-minute walk from the bus stop, but as we had luggage, thought it would be easier. Their house is a 10-minute walk from the bus stop, but they decided to take the bus instead because it would be easier because they have luggage. I misunderstood. It was written weird. As we were running towards the bus stop, the bus pulled away. I was able to chase it to a point where it stopped for a red light and get on. Then as I was waiting for my girlfriend to catch up, the doors closed. I asked the driver to wait for my girlfriend, but he ignored me. And then the light went green and he took off. My girlfriend called 30 seconds later asking why I hadn't called, and I told her I was in shock. She said she didn't want to walk home, so once I got home, I got my electric scooter out and went and met her. She did not appreciate this, and she said she needed help with her bags. I said I wanted to get there as quick as possible, so she was not alone. She was furious and yelled at me. How old are you? I feel like this is a problem between teenagers. This feels like a problem between teenagers for some reason. And the reason I did not get off at the next stop is the bus takes quite a weird route, so the next stop is actually farther away than where my stop is. So it was quicker to go to the final stop than scooter back. You know what? The driver's an asshole. But also, I think if I caught up with a bus and was able to get on, but I knew my girlfriend wasn't even close to catching up because she wasn't able to make it in time before he peeled out at the green light, I think that I wouldn't have even fully gotten on the bus at all. I think I would have had one foot out, and if the bus driver refuses to wait, get off. I don't think I would have put myself entirely onto the bus enough for that to even happen, because I would be afraid of leaving them behind. But I guess he didn't really think the bus driver would just say no and then leave. But it sounds like kids that just immediately are not knowing how to communicate with each other as teens in a relationship for some reason. I don't know why it's giving me those vibes, or I don't know. Why weren't they walking together anyway? He ran to catch the bus, but then he got on and the bus didn't wait and left. I think I would have had one foot off, and if the bus driver wasn't cool with that and wasn't willing to wait however many seconds it would take for her to catch up, hop off and wait there with her rather than get caught on the bus. I don't think it's entirely his fault, but then he went and got his scooter to go and meet her, and she was mad because he left her and she still needed help with her bags, but he only brought a scooter to come back and meet her. So it sounds like kids. I don't know why. The thing is, he couldn't get off the bus once it already started to leave. The guy wouldn't open the door. So he did just genuinely get stuck. I wouldn't have gotten all the way on the bus in the first place, but he did and didn't think that the bus would leave and then got stuck on the bus and had to go all the way home. You know where I think he did really go wrong? And it's a minor thing that you could just talk out with your girlfriend, like super incredibly minor. I think you go home and call her first before jumping on your scooter to meet her, because how are you going to help her on a scooter? You just tried to catch up with her as soon as possible. You could just called her on the phone and then met her with a car, if you have a car, because it sounds like he has a car. What are you going to do to help her by meeting her on the scooter? Just to be there? Just so that she isn't alone? Call her on the phone. Find out what she wants you to do to be like, hey man, I just got caught on this bus. I'm so sorry. I couldn't get off. He wouldn't let me off. He wouldn't wait for you. I know you still have your bags. If you wait there, I can come meet you with the car, or just meet you to get back on the next bus that comes around. I don't know. He didn't call her and then just met her with the scooter. And she's like, what are you going to do with your scooter? How are you going to help me with a scooter? Sounds like kids. I don't know why. It just does. Everyone's saying he's the asshole that he could have just gotten off the bus. But I think that while the bus is driving, you can't do that. While they're driving away, you can't. But I guess as the door closed and he started to go away, I don't know. It sounds like children. I don't really know. You should talk that one out. That one's really easy to talk out. Is this going to be... Because, yeah, if the bus driver really can't wait because he's on a schedule, I would hope that he would have at least let you off, but it was too late. He started to leave already, and you were like, wait, my girlfriend, and he couldn't, and you were already on the bus and couldn't get off. I don't know, man. Just talk that one out. It's a really incredibly minor issue. It tastes the same. It tastes fine. It tastes exactly the same, but warm now. But warm and not cold. I feel like he shouldn't have risked getting on the bus. That's what I think, but I don't think he's an asshole. I think they just need to communicate better, because she screamed at him after. It's the problem. Good intentions, bad execution. And you know what? That happens sometimes. You just say sorry and move on. All right. Oh, this one is actually kids. I, 15 male. Wait, I didn't even read the title. Am I the asshole for telling my ex's friend the truth? I'm usually on the side of, I would like to know the thing. I want to know. If it's something about me, I want to know. I want to know. Remember the sister that told her sister's girlfriend that her sister was not actually invested in their relationship and wasn't even at all bi or gay and was fully intending on marrying a man and didn't actually care for this girl at all? And then the sister was like, how dare you tell her the truth? Yeah, I don't know. I'm on the side of telling the truth. However, Reddit deemed this person the asshole. So, I, 15 male, have an ex long-distance girlfriend, 17 female, who was a long distance lover. This is a kid. This is a child. Do I want to read this one? Let's see. Let's see if we can help a kid out. Okay. Of course, I didn't expect it to last long. Because given she's states away from me. When we broke up, she made a list out of context things to make me look bad, which sent me into an episode. But I brushed it off and decided to move on. You can't say you brushed it off and you went into an episode. Which was it? Which one was it? She had another friend that split with her, who I'm still in contact with after the falling out they had. She had, and another ex of mine, friends of hers, this is written like a child. She and another ex of mine, friend of hers, were talking about the vent art said person posted. What does that mean? Vent art? My ex insulting it and saying her hair was... I don't want to read this one. I honestly can't. It's not written in any kind of understandable English that I don't understand. And also, it's just kids. You'll figure it out. You're fine. Let's move on. I literally couldn't read it. It was really poorly written, and it made no sense. So, your kids, you're fine. You'll recover. I feel weird drinking this now, because you guys all know that it's microwaved, and it feels weird. Vent art is like art that is about the bad feelings. Art that you vent. Okay, but if you knew what... The thing is, the rest of it didn't make sense after that either, though. Even me not knowing what vent art is, the next part was something about her hair being butchered. It's a portrait that's vent art, and they butchered her hair, and I honestly don't care. Your kids, and it's probably not that big of a deal. I just did not understand at all any of what they were saying. Something about someone's haircut getting ruined, and also vent art, and also was an art of a person that was you venting out your feelings about that person, and they butchered your hair in the pic. I don't know. It's just kid stuff. More controversial ones, please. This one has a lot of people weighing in, and Reddit said they're the asshole. Am I the asshole for not hiring a girl as my daughter's weekend nanny, even though she was the most qualified? Why didn't you hire her? Why does Reddit think you're an asshole? Why didn't you hire her? My wife and I were looking for a weekend nanny for our daughters, 2 and 4. We found a few candidates, but Jenna, 17, was by far the most qualified. She had great references. She worked in a summer camp in the 3 to 5 classroom for 3 years, and she has 4 years of babysitting experience. When she got to the interview, she has a woman... Oh, wait. I missed the whole thing. We talked on the phone, and I invited her to an interview. She asked if her dad could come because he wants to know her potential employers. I said yes. When she got the interview, she has a woman in her late 20s, early 30s with her. She said that she's Jenna's nanny and that her... Wait, what? When she got to the interview, she has a woman in her late 20s, early 30s with her. She said that she's Jenna's nanny and that her dad couldn't make... So the nanny has a nanny. This is the nanny's nanny. Okay. Because her dad couldn't make it. It's the nanny's nanny. That's why I was confused. She's Jenna's nanny. Jenna is the potential nanny. Nanny of the nanny. The interview was great. My wife and daughters really liked her. Her nanny also spoke very highly of her. I just couldn't get past the fact that an almost adult has a nanny. Yeah, wait, if she can't... I get it now. If she can't be left alone and has to have a nanny, how can you trust her to be alone with your kids as a nanny? If she needs a nanny. Also, I don't think she needs a nanny. Why does she have one? What if he hires her nanny to be their nanny? Okay, I get it. Reddit still said they're the asshole, though, so let's see. Something has to be wrong. We also interviewed another girl, Maya, who was not as good with the girls and isn't as qualified, but was still good. I texted Maya and told her she got the job. My wife came home from work and said that she wanted to hire Jenna. I told her that I already hired Maya. That's where you went wrong. You should have talked to your wife first, probably. Have a conversation before you pick the nanny for your kids. I don't know if I support that decision. Because no normal 17-year-old has a nanny, and there has to be something that she's not telling us. My wife lost it. Apparently she talked to the nanny, who explained that Jenna is the oldest of 6 kids. The youngest being 18 months old, and her dad is a single dad who works long hours. I mean, it explains it, but nobody ever told me. How was I supposed to know? How were you supposed to know? Talk to your wife before you hire the nanny. Talk to your wife. That's how you know. That's how you end up knowing. Ask. Even talk to Jenna herself and be like, you're 17 years old and we're trying to hire you as a nanny, but you have a nanny. What's up with that? Oh, yeah, you're the asshole. You hired the nanny for your kids without telling your wife about it. That's where you went wrong, because that's how you would have known. That's how you would have known. How was I supposed to know? That's how. That's how. My wife wants me to call Maya and say that I made a mistake and she didn't get the job, but I don't mind having Maya as our nanny. So I told my wife that if she wants Jenna to work for us that bad, she should call her and Maya. No. Oh. She called Jenna and said that I made a mistake and asked if she would still be interested in the job. So she did it. You should have done it. You should have done it because you made the mistake. You should have fixed it. But even his wife did do it. Called Jenna and said I made a mistake and asked if she would still be interested in the job. Apparently Jenna had another job offer, so when she heard that we went with Maya, she took the other job. My wife fired Maya anyway because she didn't like her, and now she's making me find a new nanny. Am I the asshole? Yeah. 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 This was all your fault. All you had to do was talk to your wife before hiring someone that's taking care of both of your kids. Which, even if it didn't result in this, like, you definitely just should have done that in the first place. Even if none of these other things were issues, you should have talked to your wife before hiring a person. And then you should have tried to fix it yourself, but you had your wife do it. And then it was too late. I'm confused. Why did Jenna have a nanny with her if the nanny is supposed to be for the younger siblings? I guess because the father of Jenna didn't feel comfortable having Jenna take care of 5 other kids, so he still had a nanny for the other ones. And Jenna is just about to be a nanny for 2 kids. And Jenna has been a babysitter before and can handle it. But I guess the dad of Jenna didn't want Jenna to be taking care of her 4 siblings. 4? 5 siblings? Oldest of 6 kids. I think that's fair that Jenna's family has a nanny for their kids. But Jenna can be a nanny herself because she's only being asked to take care of 2 kids and not her 5 siblings who probably won't listen to her. Because let's be honest, even if it was just 2 of them, if it's your siblings, sometimes they just won't listen to you. They just won't do that. And you can't do anything about it, so you need a nanny. But why was the nanny at the interview as well? It sounds like Jenna's dad just kind of wants to have a little bit of a... He's nosying a little bit, and she's 17, that's okay. Because her dad was supposed to be at the interview, but he couldn't make it, so he sent the nanny instead, just for like safety reasons of who's hiring Jenna to be taking care of their kids, so that's like a legitimate thing and not someone trying to be a creep to Jenna or something like that. Completely valid on Jenna's dad's part. They're doing everything right, kind of, actually. They're doing everything really well. Our guy here, not as much. Where he went wrong was hiring without talking to his wife. None of this would have happened if he would have said, before I make a decision that's about my kids that I share with another person, maybe I should talk to the other person whose kids these are. My wife, my partner, my teammate, the person I married. Maybe I should speak to them first. But if the nanny was with Jenna, who was watching? I don't know who was watching the other kids. Maybe he got a second nanny so that the nanny could go. Or maybe the dad couldn't go because... I don't know. These are not the issues here. These are not the questions we need to be asking. That family's handling their shit. It's this other family that isn't. Sashay away. Thank you for subscribing. It's bad communication. I would never do something like that without, like, when it involves my kids and hiring a person into the house without consulting my partner about it. I would never even think to. You're the asshole, quote, but nobody ever told me. How was I supposed to know? Ask. Ask before making the decision about hiring a nanny. Ask. Every am I the asshole is always down to communication problems. How was I supposed to know? How was there possibly a way for me to know? Ask your wife. Ask Jenna if she was the better one. And also, if your wife did not like Maya as a hire for taking care of her own kids, you definitely shouldn't have hired her. She definitely didn't like Maya. Even if Jenna wasn't an option, she didn't want Maya. So you fucked up. You messed up. This was your fault. You did that. You're the asshole. First, you should have talked to your wife before making a choice. Easily. Every time you should have done that. That's easily the biggest mistake you made here that spiraled into all the other ones. Fundamentally, you should have asked your wife before making any decision. Second, you should have asked why she had a nanny. You could have right then and there said, oh, you have a nanny. We're trying to hire you as a nanny. Why do you have a nanny? You can just do that. You can just ask people things. Your wife did. His wife even thought to do that. And there was a perfectly reasonable explanation, but you jumped to conclusions and didn't ask about it. Instead, picked someone less qualified that your wife didn't like, regardless of Jenna's availability, didn't want. So, yeah. Yeah. You're the asshole. You're the asshole. Why would you make a decision before speaking to your wife about it? It doesn't matter if no one told you about her situation beforehand because it wasn't your decision to make alone in the first place. That's why none of the rest of it matters, is because you were never supposed to make that decision alone, ever. It was supposed to be you and your wife's decision together about your kids. Even if you're paying for it, even if anything, that was not your decision to be made alone, ever. And now you're stuck in this situation where you have to find another nanny now. So, even if they were both good choices, he still should have talked to his wife. No matter what, every scenario, you should have talked to your wife. I'd love to know why he thought that wasn't even an option, or that, like, why didn't you think that to do that first instead of hiring someone and not talking to your wife about it? Especially someone that you knew she didn't want to hire, and especially didn't want to hire even if Jenna wasn't available. I hope Jenna's getting paid well for her nannying, though, wherever she got hired. Would I be the asshole if I told my parents I hate living with them and want to move out? Reddit also said they're the asshole. I'm reading a lot where Reddit said they're the asshole. Most of them have been right, actually. Some of them not 100%. Oh, this one's long. Do you hear the music? Oh, it's very quiet. Okay, I thought it stopped. We're almost through the playlist though, actually. Okay, would I be the asshole if I told my parents I hate living with them and want to move out? Hi there, I, 20 female, have recently moved with my family across the country for my dad's new job. For backstory, my dad's job came into jeopardy at the end of 2020, and the pandemic truly shook our entire lives up and left us very different than we were before. My parents and I also never had a great relationship until I finally went off to college, state school, so about 2 hours away. So the distance really helped me start to become friends with my parents. Good. While I was away my first year while I was away my first year and first semester of second year, my dad was interviewing for jobs across the country. But it truly didn't faze me as my home had become my college where all my closest friends lived, not the place my family lived. I had gone through some traumatic events which had left me with severed ties from everyone but 3 friends. At the end of my first year of college, my parents sold my childhood home while I was away at school, and by the beginning of the second semester of my second year, my dad had found a job across the country, and my parents bought their house. Again, this didn't faze me because my home had become my college town. For spring break, my mom took me to see our new town and our new house, and it was incredibly distressing for me. All the change that happened hit me during that visit, and hearing my mom talk about how happy she is to leave my childhood town and everything behind to start fresh in this new city was painful. It was as if every happy memory and all of mine and my sister's connections were irrelevant and had vanished from her mind. At the beginning of my second year, my parents had told me I could choose what I wanted to do that summer, to which I told them I wanted to stay in my college town. But at this point in time, my parents had guilted me into moving and didn't entertain the idea of me staying. Then why'd they ask what you wanted to do? It sounded good at first when they were like, you can do whichever you want to, but then they guilted you when you didn't pick what they wanted you to do. At the end of my second year of college, I almost immediately moved to the new city to live with my dad. The house is empty. I sleep on an air mattress. Oh, that's an armchair air mattress. Nothing feels like home does. I know that can sound stuck up, but this paired with me being alone for 22 hours out of the day and only seeing my dad for dinner, as he is truly a workaholic, has made my time truly miserable. I go outside, I go to the gym, I have searched and searched for jobs to no avail. So it's not as if I sit at home all the time, but it is pretty close. I cry when I think about my friends all together in my college town or even in my old town. My goodbye to my friends was so painful as I don't see them during the year either. So when will I see them again? I want to tell my parents how miserable... I just realized. I want to tell my parents how miserable and depressed I am. I sit in my room in bed for hours with a total lack of motivation to do things. I'm just so unhappy. I want to tell them that I want to move and go back to my home, be with my friends, and be happy. But I know they would hate me. Would I be the asshole for taking steps to be happy? Reddit said yes. No, right? No. And she's 20, so it's not like... No. They guilted her into doing it too when they disguised the option by saying you can do whatever you want. You can come stay with us for the summer or you can stay in our hometown, whichever you want. And then when she said, I'd like to stay, they were like, but no. That was kind of a lie, really, because it wasn't her choice. They guilted her into moving in anyway, even though she didn't want to. Reddit said she's the asshole? She doesn't know anyone here. She doesn't have any job. She doesn't have anything to do. And she did have the option, but her parents guilted her into doing this anyway, so... Reddit said, just move out. There's no need to be a jerk about it. I don't really think it'd be a jerk to say, like, hey, I'm not really happy in this new town. I'm glad that you guys are. But I really miss all my friends and my memories and everything that our old town feels to me. I know you don't agree. You were excited to leave it behind, but I'm not as excited to leave it behind, and I'm really missing it. I'd like to go back. I don't really think that's a jerk thing to do. In other words, be an adult. I think the adult thing would to be say exactly what I just said, not... You shouldn't have let yourself get guilt-tripped, but it was really not your fault that it happened to you, that you got guilt-tripped by your parents, that lied and said you had a choice. I don't think expressing how you feel in the new town makes you a jerk, and I don't think wanting to express how you feel about it means you're not an adult. Somebody said, they said, just move out. There's no need to be a jerk about it. In other words, be an adult. Am I insane? You would be the asshole. You're trying to hold on to your childhood when you're grown. They are living their life and it's almost time you live yours. That's what she wants to do. She wants to go live her own life back home. In short, be an adult and accept that. What? It sounds like to me she is being an adult. Also, she's 20. Is she technically legally an adult? Yes. Is she still so young and has always lived at home and near her parents and got guilt-tripped into moving in with her parents because she's never lived on her own so far away, separate from her parents? She's only 20. And she is doing the adult thing by wanting to express how she feels to her parents before just leaving. Because I don't think that's the adult thing, is to just go. She wants to tell them she wants to move and go back home and be with her friends. It's not about holding on to her childhood. All of her friends are there. And she has nothing to do in the new town. You would not be the asshole. This person said, you need to open your mouth and talk to them. Nah, not the asshole, because you need to open your mouth and talk to them. Why are people being so mean about it too, though? She didn't say anything asshole-ish. That is insane to me. Not the asshole. It is not selfish to want to be happy. Call up your friends and ask them if they have a couch. Yeah, that's the only thing is, will you be able to afford to live out there? Are you financially dependent on your parents? Will you be able to work and earn enough money while going to school so that you can afford to stay somewhere? Can you do a roommate situation with your friends that live there? Probably a lot of factors that will come in with living. The playlist stopped. Yeah, it's over. Let's go back to the top. Honestly, she's just asking if she would be an asshole for starting this conversation with her parents, which is insane to think that you even would be to start the conversation with your parents. That did initially say it is your choice, which was a kind of disguised lie, but maybe would still be willing after you tell them how unhappy it is and you really don't want to be here and you didn't want to be here. They would help you find a situation that makes you happy because they're your parents, hopefully. I think the title is giving brat vibes. Maybe the title alone, but not any of the rest of the story even. Most of the comments are saying not the asshole, actually. I don't know how it got labeled as you're the asshole. And so many people are telling her she needs to just be an adult. What do you mean? Because she is. That's exactly what it feels like she's doing. But also she's 20. Give her a break. Somebody said, you're 20, it's time to be an adult. Relax. Relax. First of all, she's doing a very mature thing. And also is only 20. She's a baby still. She's never lived away from her parents. And she got guilted into doing it because probably she was scared of not living with her parents or them not supporting the decision she was making. I don't know. Not the asshole. Definitely not the asshole. Also, everyone telling her she needs to grow up. They need to grow up. What are you, insane? I don't know. That's kind of an immature response to me to say to a 20-year-old that is just asking, would I be an asshole to tell my parents I don't want to live with them anymore? By telling her, yeah, grow up, be an adult. Okay. Okay. I don't know, but okay. I don't know if they know what that means to be an adult. I don't know if they really know what that means to be telling somebody else to be an adult like that when they're just, that's not really the issue here at all, I think. I don't really see that as being the issue right now. I don't really know. I think of 20 as being so young. Yeah, you're an adult, but also the way that becoming an adult is not, you turn 18, kick them to the streets, make them deal with all the harsh realities of life all at once, grow up. It's a matter of one day. You're not an entirely different person when you turn 18 and are suddenly now an adult who can handle all of these things. You know, maybe a little bit of care and compassion. Probably her parents will offer her that. Not everybody also is at the same maturity level at the same age. So her being 20 and being scared of going all the way back home away from her parents, that's fine. That's okay. Admitting it is very adult. You know what's insane to me sometimes to think about? Tommy's 18, right? I'm a decade older than him. That's insane by itself enough. Jack is 19. He's only a year difference from Tommy. But speaking with them and being in the same room with the two of them, no, they're not the same age. They're not even close. Tommy's a baby. He's a little baby boy child. Jack may as well be a decade older. I don't know why they're so different as people that thinking of them as being the same age. No, not at all. Tommy's a baby child. He's a little boy. He's a little child. He will always be a child, and I will protect him at all costs. I will not let anyone bully him. Sometimes. But Jack, no, that's a grown man. I don't need to worry about him. Yeah. I don't have to worry about him. He's fine. I'm worried about Tommy, though, and I will protect him. Oh. And it's only a year difference between people. But that drastically just different people. It's the baldness. Maybe. I am Aunt Shelby, and I do take no crap. Jack is 19, right? I'm not wrong about that. I mean, worst case, he's 20, and that doesn't make a difference, really. But I'm pretty sure he's 19. I don't like it. I don't like knowing I'm a decade older than both of them, though, basically. I hate that. I don't like that. It's the little brother effect. Maybe. I don't have that feeling of being like... I don't know. Jack doesn't seem like a little baby to me, but Tommy does. Maybe it's because Tommy was under 18 when I met him and was literally a child, but still is a child. Also, Jack is still a child to me anyway, but feels like a grown man. Jack only seems 19 when he bugs Scott on stream. That makes sense. That feels right. Shelby holding Tommy and Tubbo gently. No one can hurt those boys ever. I won't allow it. Jack's fine. But Tommy and Tubbo must be protected. I would never let anyone. Never, ever. I'll be the cool aunt who protects them. I am cool aunt. I am the cool aunt. I'll be all of y'all's cool aunt. Happily. I did also feed him bugs. Like I said, sometimes I won't allow anyone to bully him. At my discretion, sometimes he can be bullied. And I will also participate and help by covering his eyes so he doesn't know he's eating bugs. I am the best aunt. I said you don't have to throw them into the harsh realities of the world all at once. Just a little at a time. It's a little bug. It was a little bug. I didn't like the big bug, though. I'm glad I didn't get fed the big bug. I would have not been okay with it. What was the big bug? I'm pretty sure it was a cricket. The little ones were like mealworms, and there were little flies, and there were crickets that were big. I can't believe I even ate the worm one. I didn't know what it was going to be, though. I had no idea when he was like, close your eyes and let me feed you this thing. I didn't think about how bad it could be. I didn't consider. I wish I had. I wish I just said no. No, thank you. LD Streams, thank you for subscribing. I don't know, man. A whole cricket. I didn't eat the cricket, though. I ate the worm. I ate the mealworm, dried mealworm, not alive. Genuinely with my eyes closed, eating it. Did not know what it was. It tasted, I said it tasted like chocolate. It had like a weirdly chocolate taste to it. And they weren't like seasoned in any way. They just were dried bugs. I don't know. I had way too much trust, though. I didn't expect it to be a bug even in my wildest dreams. Way too much trust was put in there. Am I the asshole for being salty about not getting invited to my friend's wedding after she was heavily involved in mine? Reddit said yes. Also, I don't know how it's decided like that. It has a big tag at the top that says asshole, but the last one that said that, obviously they weren't the asshole, and most of the replies said they weren't the asshole, so I don't know how that happened. I got married last year. My sister, Jay, wanted to invite her friend, M, and M's fiance. I said yes because I have known them for 10 years and they're good friends to me too. Jay was maid of honor and tried to heavily influence some of the choices my husband and I made regarding our wedding. What does that mean? She poo-pooed the dress at first and color scheme. Do you mean she just didn't like it? Why do you say it like that? Why did you say she poo-pooed it? Bit weird, but not the point. Okay. She's very domineering. I should have known that she would not be happy with M coming to the... I'm so I don't care. Immediately I'm confused because I don't understand how she's writing these things. And I just immediately don't care about reading the rest because it's hard to understand. So I'm gonna skip it. Okay, let's read this one. Am I the asshole for refusing to clean for a party at my apartment? It's questionable. It's a questionable move that you've made here. Let's see why you've done this. So I don't think I am, but I just want to know if I'm being a dick by not helping. So this weekend, my roommates and I are supposed to host a B-day party for my roommate's ex, who he's still friendly with. Now, I have no problem with this as the girl and I are friends, but not super close. Now, while I said I don't mind hosting and even agreed to hosting when the girl asked if I was okay with it, I am not planning on even attending the party as I'm not home this weekend. I'm house sitting, pet sitting, and I have work all day of the party. I go into work before the party is set to start, and I won't be off until the party is probably almost over, just to have to get up early again the next day and go back to work. Plus, I'm taking summer classes and have homework to do, so I said the odds of me even being at the party are low. However, my roommate, whose ex it is annoyed I'm not finding the time to come help since it's our apartment, and as he says, part of the mess is mine, even though I haven't been there in days. I was gonna say, but is some of the mess that is about the apartment in general yours? Because I do think if you agree to having a party hosted at your apartment, the least you should do is get the things that were your things that are not meant to be there out of the way. Just put them in your room and then put them back later or something. But if he doesn't even have any things that need to be moved or cleaned that are his responsibility, then I don't know if you are responsible there. Like, if you had your clothes thrown around everywhere, I would say, yeah, you should pick them up first. You should pick them up even if you're not going to go to the party, aren't invested in this party, but did agree to have it be hosted at your apartment. At least get your own things out of the way. But if he doesn't have things in the way... and I know they have gone, okay. I haven't been there in days and I know they have had people over hanging out and drinking and such in the shared space while I was gone. My roommate keeps texting me about how we need to get the cleaning done and how I need to come help since it's my apartment too. So I texted my roommate saying I couldn't make time today or tomorrow to come clean because I don't think I should have to. Now my roommate is calling me an asshole because I refuse to come clean. So Reddit, am I the asshole for refusing to clean for a party for someone else? I'm not even planning on attending, even though my roommate is demanding I come help to clean. I don't think the point is that you don't plan on being there. If your stuff is just everywhere in the way when you agreed to let a party be hosted in the shared space, and you have some of your things taking up the space that shouldn't be there, yes, then I would say you should clean them. But if you don't, and the cleaning is just generally picking up trash that you weren't there to even have made, cleaning surfaces, which in general all roommates should participate in, but because it's like a fast clean before an apartment, I don't think it's necessary. But what do they want you to clean specifically? What is it that they need you to help with? Do you have things that need to be moved and they don't want to have to move it for you because it's your stuff? But you agreeing to let them host this party and sharing the space with them have a little bit of responsibility to at least move your things out of the way and not have other people move them for you. But do you even have things? It didn't say. Not enough information? Not enough information. What do they need help with? What is it specifically? Is it just cleaning and mopping and stuff for a party that you don't plan on being there for? Is it a mess that was made at a party that you weren't there for previously from drinking and just cups around that you didn't participate in? I just realized why I put this so far away from me, so I just instinctively drink things as like habit, things to do with my hands. I fidget. Twice cold coffee isn't good. Coffee that got cold and then got microwaved and got cold again, significantly worse. Significantly worse. Significantly worse. Sitrock, thank you for subscribing. Unworthy Recruit, thank you for the tier 3. Thanks for subscribing. Yeah, I don't know. Not enough information, because what do they really need you for? And are you not being honest about it? Do you have things that are your things that are in the way? You just kind of got stuff around that you don't really want to clean up for their party, but you're going to let them. It would be weird to me to let somebody else clean up your things if that is the case. Like if you have stuff that needs to be put away in your room, like clothes, weights, paperwork. I'd feel weird letting someone else clean it up for me if that was the case, but I don't know that that's the case. I don't think it is. I think it's just you don't have a mess to be cleaned, so you don't want to help them clean their mess for their party that you didn't help make and you won't be there for. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. But I think there's not enough information in that one because it feels suspicious a little bit. I don't know of any roommates that would even insist on you coming and help clean a mess that they know you didn't make. They know you weren't there for, and you won't be there for the party. And it's not a mess that is a shared mess that was made in the first place. I don't know. Who would do that? I don't know. I don't know. If it's general cleaning that needed to be done anyway in the shared space, I would say you do have a responsibility of keeping that up. Like your floor is grimy and you guys haven't cleaned it in a really long time and you all contributed to that being messy and wiping down the counters and doing dishes that are maybe everybody's dishes that just need to be cleaned sooner rather than later. I would then help with those at the very least because those are things that everybody should be contributing in, like, so that the apartment is maintained generally in a clean way. I just mopped yesterday and I have not felt so good about my floors being so clean, walking around barefoot. It's nice. The most that I had been doing, I'll be honest, I should have mopped a very long time ago. It's been too long since I had. But I was keeping up with vacuuming and stuff. But it was about time I mopped. And I don't really wear shoes around my apartment. I take them off at the door, so it wasn't necessarily that dirty, but I built up. And it's so clean now. I love it. I can lay on the floor. I wouldn't eat off of it, though. I just simply wouldn't ever do that in the first place. What's the case? That one's a ukulele. And then right there is a banjo-lele. Don't play either of them, though. Plan on learning, though. I could play one song from RuneScape on that guy, but I actually don't know if I even remember it. I did get taught it. Don't know if I remember it anymore. Don't really know. Am I the asshole for moving out as far away from my family as possible to avoid as much contact as possible? I think goes without saying. No. Or depends why. Depends why is what I meant, actually. I, 17 female, have just finished school and I'm in the process of applying to unis. When I first told my parents that I would move to a specific city a couple of miles away, they laughed it off. That was in grade 9. But now that they know that I still don't plan to stay within a certain radius of their home, they grow increasingly more irritated. They brush it off. They tell me I have no chances there anyway. Oh, that's rude. Ooh. That I am lost without family and that I will be alone because I'm not a person one would choose to be around. This is your family? And that I'm way too immature to live on my own, which I can absolutely agree with. Okay, well, okay, at least they're honest. At least they're self-aware. They are not mature enough to live alone. But okay, rude from your family. Rude from the family. Your message was deleted because I don't answer questions that are asking about the specifics of people, whether I am or am not friends with, because it's a bit nosy. And it's just not something that people should really generally be asking in a Twitch chat. It's in the rules. I don't know if there are any mods here right now or not. Oh, there are. Yeah, it's just a blanket rule. Don't go in someone's chat and ask, hey, are you still friends with this person? Because it's... I don't know you. And I'm not here to talk about the specifics of friendships. And also, there's no tea. There is no drama. I don't want people coming in here looking for drama between people that may or may not be friends anymore. That's not about to even ever be shared here anyway. And there is none. There is no tea, no drama. So nothing to be said about it. Also remember that people who are online personalities, our friendships do not all entirely exist online. They exist offline as well, and if you see people that don't necessarily talk to each other as much or get to play with each other as much, nothing should be assumed about it. We should not speculate about it because our friendships don't only exist publicly. Most of it exists offline, in fact. Only a small part exists online, I would say. So we don't answer questions like that, and I would, you know, it's all good. It's all good. But it's definitely, if there was ever something, like a reason why, like if there was a friendship that wasn't working out anymore, I'm not about to tell you. I'm not about to talk about it on stream. So that's why we delete those questions. There's no tea here. Coffee only. Incredibly cold double heated and now doubly cold coffee. But it's all good. It's all good. Also, that being said, for the most part, my schedule is so much different now than it was before. And especially when I'm in the UK, there are so many lobbies and group games that I have to miss because a lot of my friends stream in the evening, and in the UK, that is at 4 or 5 in the morning, so it just doesn't work out. And I tend to just stream earlier now here too, because it keeps me on the same kind of a schedule that I prefer. I really like it. But also, none of that information is necessary for anyone else to know. No one needs to explain those things to anyone in their chats, and that's why we don't ask those questions. But it's all good. Am I the asshole for moving out? Oh wait, I already started the story. I forgot. I already forgot. I didn't know if there was a mod here and I deleted the message, so I wanted to answer them. To explain, and I think it's a pretty standard explanation. I think most people who stream would agree with that. That's why those kinds of questions usually don't get answered, whether they're deleted or not. Where was I? Your family was being incredibly rude to you, that's where. However, the reason I want to move out of home as far and as soon as possible are the constant tensions in the family, disagreements on religion and conspiracy theories. Oh no! Them being way too strict or authoritative, and there is no emotional closeness. The last one may be on me, because I began withdrawing from them since I was 11, 12, due to the biggest reason, Well, this is just a shame now. My parents are homophobic and openly talk about their hate for gay people and their fantasies that... I won't read the rest. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. That's absolutely horrific. These things also made me uncomfortable. Valid. That's awful what they said. Always made me uncomfortable, and I never knew why until I realized that I am not straight. Even if you are straight, that should make you uncomfortable, the things they're saying anyway. And they should be cut off. They should be cut off. That's not family. That's not nice. The realization literally broke me. All my life, these people talked about people like me. They literally said things... I'm not going to read that either. These are horrible people. These are just bad people. This one was not voted that they were the asshole, by the way. This one wasn't. I didn't say. This one wasn't voted either way. They quoted something that their parents had said about if my child was gay. I will not read the rest of what they said. That's not normal. That's not only is that they're bad people. Just, I'm going to tell you straight. Your parents are not good people. Just generally. Parents are people, and they're not good ones, these ones. Who would even think of the thing that they said and quoted from them? And I know my parents, they're old, and siblings. Young kids I babysit need me and will be hurt if I visited them 2 to 3 times a year without any reason. Wait, I misunderstood this whole thing. I know that my parents and siblings need me and will be hurt if I visited them 2 to 3 times a year without any reason they know. But I would rather have any kind of relationship with my family than none. But I'm still abandoning them. Yikes. I wouldn't even do that. I wouldn't even put myself through that. You don't know what they wrote, and I won't read it. Honestly, I won't. It's really bad. The move uni stuff won't be an issue because I have saved up money and will be an adult in a few weeks. But every time my parents ask if there is a uni nearby or remind me that I could continue living with them and that they would be sad to see me gone. Would they be sad to see you gone? Because it doesn't sound like they really even like you as a person. They said, you're not the kind of person people would choose to be around. And then say, they would be sad if you were gone? I don't know, man. Am I the asshole for abandoning my family and causing them distress? No. Your family's full of assholes. Your family's full of assholes. I don't know about your siblings. Your parents, definitely. I feel bad for your siblings. They're young kids that she babysits. They're younger. Oh, I feel bad for everyone in that family. Everyone, all the kids. Every single one of the kids I feel bad for. Jesus. Without saying the specifics of what their parents literally are quoted as saying, don't even know if I want to. They said awful things. Really, really, really awful things. Way too far. Way too far. Really, really, really awful. Jesus Christ. Not the asshole. Definitely not the asshole. Ditch them as fast as you humanly possibly can. They might be your parents. They might be your family. I feel bad for your younger siblings, especially you leaving them in the house with the parents. Although as soon as they turn 18, I hope they dip too. I hope they go as far as humanly possible. Get all your siblings as they turn 18 into one big house together and ditch your parents entirely. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just want to say ditch them entirely and cut them off completely. Especially because they don't know that you're not straight yet. They might kick you out. They might not. Well, they said what they would do if one of their kids was gay. So I don't think you should tell them. I think you should leave and never talk to them again. Unless they change their mind. But if I'm honest, what they said, I don't think they will. So I don't think this is something that can be repaired and remedied. Even with therapy, what they said is really bad. They said in a quote what they would do if one of their own kids was gay. No, you can't. Just get out. Get out. Get out. I think that's all I can say. Get out. It sucks, but the siblings also aren't their responsibility. They should keep in touch. I agree. You shouldn't stay in the house for them because you'll only hurt yourself. And they might be okay. You won't be, probably, especially knowing that you are not straight and they will continue to say these things about gay people and LGBT people and what they would like to happen to them and what they would do if one of their own kids was one. Okay. The way I said one. It's bad. It was bad. It was really bad. Like triggering bad. That's why I won't read it. I won't read that part. The quotes from the parents are not necessary in knowing that this is bad, really bad. You're not the asshole and get out as soon as you possibly can. And don't even visit them at all if you don't want to until they can learn to be just like a little bit nicer of people. They're not good people. I won't jump to the conclusion that a person is a bad person because I think lots of people make bad decisions. I think lots of people make bad choices, have bad thoughts, make mistakes. I don't think those make a bad person, especially when intentions are important to consider. These are bad people. And even if you're a bad people right now, you can change to be a better person. But right now, those are bad people. They are bad people. And unless they want to ever be better people, they will continue to be bad people, and I would cut them off. But that sucks from your own family. This person was voted not the asshole. This one wasn't declared either way. All the comments obviously say not the asshole. Sometimes Reddit will put asshole or not the asshole at the top of the post, and sometimes it doesn't. I really don't know how it's decided, but that one didn't say either way. They're definitely not the asshole. I don't think anyone would say that they are. People will try and guilt you into keeping contact with family because they're family. I don't think that that's necessarily true when your family wish really awful things for you. So family will only take you so far, but when you're that bad of a person, family doesn't matter anymore. And family doesn't have to be blood. Not if they treat you like that. It's decided by the most upvoted comment. Oh, that's crazy then. The one that was, the girl wanted to move out and Reddit said the most liked comment was that she is the asshole. I worry for everyone that agreed with that person that's on Reddit. I worry for all of them that they thought she needed to be more grown up. Okay. Am I the asshole for dropping my friend that I've had since 3rd grade? Reddit is a special breed. You know what though? Most of my experience in reading these posts and the replies in them have been pretty good. Like generally mostly pretty mature, logical thinking, reasonable people for the most part. That post kind of really threw me for a loop. And the cat one. The cat one less so. But the one where the girl just wanted to move back to her hometown and not live with her parents and was afraid of what they would... That one really blew my mind. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm from Tumblr. I'm on Tumblr. And we're much nicer over there, generally. Although there's also those kinds of people on Tumblr, too. They're everywhere. You really won't be able to escape them. Before I read this one, I am going to be right back. Except Pete. Dude, I keep looking in the mirror, and I really, really have reverted back to, like, me 3-4 years ago. Almost exactly. I've reverted completely back to me 3-4 years ago. My hair is exactly the same. It's like the same length. It's the same straightness, except I didn't do a middle part back then. That's where I've clearly grown as a person, is that I wear a middle part now. Pink hair time. That's like where I've reverted back to, is when I did, although did I do pink hair when I had root? Like, I had bleached my hair from the root. I'm me 4 years ago before I bleached my hair from the root. Literally exactly. I've reverted all the way back. I have grown so much since then. I have a middle part now. But you know what else, though? It's a little bit symbolic, like a little bit of a full circle moment, that me 3-4 years ago, in that moment where I was wearing this exact hair, I was thriving. I was in a really, really, really great place, and then a thing happened. And then I wasn't thriving anymore, and I wasn't thriving for kind of a really long time after that, and I was trying to really recover and find all the ways to get back to thriving. And I really think I'm there again. I really think I've come back to thriving. So, we're really back on track. I got sidetracked for a little while. I'm back on track now. You know what isn't thriving, though? My hair. My hair is a little bit damaged. I knew that would happen. I am on the long haul of growing it out for like a year or 2 years, and I'm so excited about that. However, my hair is not curly anymore. My hair is a bit like a kinky kind of a wave, but it isn't curly like it was when my hair was thriving this last like year, 2 years ago. That was my hair's time. Now it isn't. Now it's my time. I want to be blonde. I'm thriving most when my hair is in the most distress. Someone's got to be in distress at all times. It ain't gonna be me. Sorry about it. It's gonna be the hair. It's gonna be the hair. But, you know, it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. I turned my air off, and immediately I'm really too hot in this room. There we go. Me and my hair traded places. But now I've reverted all the way back to thriving me, and I'm excited about it. I'm excited. Let's read. Am I the asshole for dropping my friend that I've had since 3rd grade? My friend, let's call her Meg. And I don't know why I stopped. And I had been super close. We did everything together and often told the other one what we were... What? We did everything together and often told the other one what we were doing before doing it. I personally never liked this, but I went along with it since we were best friends. This year we had made 2 more mutual friends, one of which I was friends with since I was around 3, but just had no time to contact. Let's call them Jules and Lonnie. Now, the four of us became fast friends, and I became closer with them since I had made a point to talk to them more frequently and we shared similar interests. This upset Meg, and I assured her that we were still best friends and she should join the conversations more frequently. She did just that, and she became extremely close to Jules, while me and Lonnie became close again. This year, I joined a volleyball team and met this girl we'll call Ashley. Me and Ashley hit it off almost instantly and became close within a month or so. I started sitting with her and her friends at lunch as well. Meg seemed fine with Ashley, so I honestly didn't think much of me branching out and getting more friends. However, Meg was extremely clingy to me. Every lunch, she would come over and ask to sit with us, which we would respond with, "I'm sorry, there's only 4 seats. You can sit right there, though." The area we said she could sit was less than 5 feet away from me. Each time she brushed it off and went to sit with Lonnie and Jules at their table. One day after lunch, she came up to me and told me that she felt left out at lunch, and I apologized. Oh, this sucks already. I think this is gonna suck for both of you guys. This is gonna suck for Meg and you. One day after lunch, she came up and told me she felt left out at lunch, and I apologized. I didn't mean to make her feel that way, but we had every single class together, so there weren't many interesting things for us to talk about at that point. She asked if we could do an every other day thing, and we both agreed, which eventually ended up with me and Ashley sitting with Meg every day. Oh, every day. Meg's birthday was coming up, and she talked about her party almost constantly at lunch and didn't invite Ashley, which she was fine with. She never brought it up, and things were fine for the most part. Oh my god, this is long. I didn't scroll all the way down. At some point, Meg suddenly stopped liking Ashley. She had no reason other than she makes mean jokes about you. I was aware of these jokes, and we did it to one another as back and forth type thing. Okay, she doesn't mean jokes about Meg, which is what I thought immediately. It's time for the relationship to transition, it sounds like, which is gonna suck for both of them. Because Meg, for the most part, hasn't done anything wrong. She's just kind of getting left behind. But damn, that sucks when it happens. Because sometimes you're Meg, and you really don't want to lose those friends because you aren't transitioning in another direction like your friends are. But man, that sucks. But now Meg doesn't like Ashley now because Ashley makes mean jokes. But it's a back and forth. I told her this and she shrugged and walked away. From then on, I started noticing her acting differently. How old are you? Wait. Are you in school? You're in school. You have lunches together. This is high school. Oh, this is high school. Oh, that sucks worse. That sucks more. That sucks to be in that position as a 15-year-old. Oh god. You'll be fine though. All of you will end up fine. I haven't even finished the story, but you'll all end up just fine. But damn, that does suck right now. Okay, for example, she started dressing in more of an aesthetic way than how she normally did and seemed to be getting more and more into sports. Okay, that's fine. I don't know why that's noted here. She started acting different by dressing more aesthetic and doing sports. I think that's very good for her. Good for you, Meg. I didn't really care because she was her own person, and she could do what she wanted if it made her happy. Exactly. Her attitude had also changed around me. She had started getting mad if I didn't answer her text within 5 minutes, and wouldn't speak to me if I had fallen asleep and didn't respond. She also started making me purposely feel stupid about stupid things. I wouldn't get a math question right, get B on a test, or just be confused in general, and she would start to explain it to me as if I was a 4-year-old. She did this for weeks before I got pissed and told her to stop it and that I wasn't a baby. She acted all clueless and asked what I meant. This is where you gotta go different ways. Meg's turning mean. Meg's turning mean. You gotta just stop being friends now. Oh, sucks. Can't wait for Meg to see this on Reddit. Meg's name is not Meg, though, so maybe she won't find out that this is her. She acted all clueless and asked what I meant, and I told her at all times. All the times she had made me feel stupid and had babied me in the past weeks. She apologized but continued to do it in a less obvious way. I got annoyed and started talking to Ashley more, not ignoring Meg, but making a point to talk to her more. Meg noticed and texted me a paragraph about how she felt left out and all that. Oh my god, this is so high school. This is so high school. This is like grade school, high school. You're between the ages of 12 and 15. Texted me a paragraph that she felt left out and all that. I initially felt bad as I didn't mean to make her feel that way. I was just annoyed. These kids don't know how to have a communicate, period. And also, it's hard to navigate as a kid when you are transitioning into a different friendship and kind of moving in a different direction from a previous friend, and you don't know how to handle that. It is not a smooth thing for kids to do. And Meg obviously got hurt, and now she doesn't know how to respond to that because she's losing a friend that she really liked and wasn't in that transitioning period until now, where she definitely needs to let go. This is not appropriate music. I apologize. I made an effort to include her in more things than I may have before. This wasn't enough for Meg since she started a fight with me every day, pointing out something wrong with me. This is a friendship that is now doomed. I don't know that you can recover this one anymore. I think you need to go a different direction. I feel bad for Meg because she was just getting left out and she was feeling all these really awful things that really suck to feel as a 15-year-old that is losing a friend that they genuinely really liked and had forever and didn't know that that friend didn't even like some of the things you guys did since you were kids. But then her response was to turn mean about it, which, like, I don't know how you blame her for not knowing how to respond to that happening to you. It sucks. It sucks. At that point, you just get closer with those other two and you just kind of let them go. But how do you rationalize that as a 15-year-old in your brain? And you're not equipped for it. Your little brain is not equipped for it. She got mean. If I was annoyed at something my sister said in the morning, it had ruined her morning as well, and she wouldn't talk to me. Oh, what? I don't know where that came from. Why did your sister get brought up? If I was especially happy one day, it was suspicious, and she needed to know what happened. Oh, I see. Eventually got to the point where it went on for almost 2 months, and I told her we needed a break. During this break, she texted me every day and asked if the break was over yet. It was like 2 days when she asked first. Randomly, she texted me on Monday morning telling me I wasn't worth her time and how much better she was than me. I responded and told her to stop acting like she was all that and that she really wasn't. This is such a high school problem. I could easily roll my eyes at it because it's such a high school problem, but I feel bad for them. I feel for them. Me as an adult, I would never tolerate any behavior like this from a person at all. I'd be like, why are you acting like a child? As an adult, people don't act like this anymore. People don't behave this way anymore. And if they do, you really just quickly be like, nope. You just, nope. And you move on. I don't know anyone that would behave this way. I don't have anyone in my life that I would even ever would do this because it's such a 15-year-old thing to do. Did I listen to the entire playlist all the way through again? Oh, video pause. Continue watching. I didn't tell you otherwise, YouTube. Okay. She went on and asked if I was making it so she was the asshole where I had been treating her terribly. I told her that I had apologized multiple times for her feeling left out, but when she started telling me things were wrong with me, I drew the line. She thought I was being a bitch and blocked her since it was like 5 a.m. And I blocked her since it was like 5 a.m. Now I'm wondering if I should have just kept apologizing until she got over the phase she was in, or if I did the right thing. Oh, that sucks. That just generally sucks. Yeah, I don't have time for this. I would not have time for this. But, okay, we're all 15 now. Actually, a lot of you probably are. There are 0 comments. Everybody read this and immediately just didn't want to feel bothered with a 15-year-old's problem. Because it's such a high school problem. Oh. Listen. I was in not the same situation, but something almost kind of similar where, like, I get it. I get it from both sides. I think Meg reached a point where she didn't like being ditched and left out and was tired of feeling like that from her own friend. But the route she took wasn't the one she should have, but she's a child. I'm assuming. They didn't say their age. They have lunch together. And they have all their classes together. You're in high school. I'm going to just say you're probably in high school. When I had this issue with my friends, it was in grade school. But it wasn't even really actually the same situation at all. It's just the way that these kids think, their brains work at that age. They better not be seniors. I don't think seniors have these problems. Yeah. I'm glad I'm not in school anymore. I don't have to deal with people at that maturity level ever if I don't want to. It's very much a problem you'll only encounter at this age, because it would feel so easy for it to just be a conversation where the poster, who didn't give themselves a name for the post at all, she started to get close with a different group of friends and wasn't feeling as close with Meg anymore. And she said that she didn't even like parts of their friendship at all. She just kind of did it because they were best friends. It sounds like she doesn't really want this friendship with Meg anymore. What do you do next now? You're the girl posting, you don't really want this friendship with Meg, you're getting close to these other people, you wish Meg would like just catch the hint and start getting close with her own friend group and just let it naturally drift in different directions and that be okay. But Meg was your best friend, and Meg really liked the things that you did together and really likes you as a friend and doesn't want to lose you and is not making it easy for you. What do you do next as a 15-year-old? As an adult? I mean, honestly, that's just a hard thing to do. But it should be as easy as a conversation of like, I'm really sorry, I'm just getting closer with these friends. I can't force friendships for you in this other group of people that I'm hanging out with. I think you should spend time with more of the friends that you've made too. And I don't know, man. There's not like an organic way of drifting apart happening. There's always like a little bit of friction that ends up happening. Or, I mean, sometimes you just drift apart. That does usually happen when you're an adult. That's why it's hard. That's why it's hard. I don't even actually know. Yeah. Here's what happened to me, which is a different scenario, but a little bit similar in some of the way that like this aged brain kind of just works a little bit. I had my friend group. My friend group was 4 girls, and one of them was my best friend. We were friends first. We had been friends since we were little, and then we met these other 2 girls that kind of got brought into our friend group, and the 4 of us were really, really good, close friends, but the 2, me and this other girl, were best friends. Eventually, oh, hold on. My dude. Eventually, my best friend, I need to give her a name. Let's give her Laura. Laura, at some point, I don't know what happened, because I've never spoken to her about it. We were the OGs, but then she ended up starting to get, like, a little bit, I don't want to say it because I wouldn't have believed it at the time, and it even is, but it's probably true. I think she got jealous. I think she got jealous of me and started being closer with the other 2 girls and talking mean things about me to them behind my back and getting them more on her side as like the quote leader of the group, the one that we pretty much followed for the most part. She started saying a lot of nasty things about me behind my back and to my face. She was really, really mean to me. But when I started to make friends with another friend group, she started saying that she felt like I was ditching her as her best friend and leaving her for another friend group, and got really offended that I started to make friends with other people. So she like trapped me in this friendship with her as her best friend, but treated me horribly, but then made me feel guilty when I started to make other friends. So toxic, really toxic. But like I was being trapped in a friendship with her where she didn't even treat me well. So I started to try to move on, which was honestly really hard. Those were my friends. And I was losing the other 2 girls as my friends too, who they also talked behind her back. This is very much, we were all 12. This was 12 years old. They would talk behind her back, but she was mean. We all thought she was mean, but they were too afraid to go against what she said. She was scary. She was scary, and the idea of not having her as a friend made us all afraid that we would just have no friends. So they didn't even like her, but they would always take her side against me if it came down to it, because they were more afraid of her than anything. But you can get trapped in a friendship because they just have these toxic ideas of how you handle negative feelings where you feel like you're being left out or you feel jealous of someone. 12 years old, you don't know how to deal with feeling jealous. So you just start getting mean. And then, I don't know. I don't know. That's what I only assume is what happened, is she was jealous. And they even brought in a 5th girl. And I feel so bad for her because she only got introduced in our friend group by this main girl, Laura, for the sole purpose of making our numbers uneven, so I was left out more. But I wasn't allowed to go be a friend, be in a different friend group, because then I would be made to feel guilty that I was ditching them. But they made the numbers uneven so that I was specifically left out. Anytime we went to, like, on our school trips, if we had to go in twos, I always got left out. If we were going on a roller coaster, we went in twos, I was always the one left out. And that was all they used this girl for. They talked the most bad things about this girl, even more than me, but used her to make me feel the most excluded. It's honestly mind-blowing now to say it out loud. I was 12. We were all 12. Who would have thought 12-year-olds could be that cruel, too? And man, I'm not going to lie, they had a lot to work with to hurt me with, because I was weird. I was definitely a very weird kid. I was this little weirdo that liked playing sports and hung out with the boys. I wasn't a pick-me girl. I did become one for a little bit. I had a face. But I was very much like a really tomboy kind of a kid. I played all the sports. I played video games. I was also just a weirdo. I was just a weird kid. And even the friend group that I started to get closer with was, if there was a ranking of kids, they were even more weird than me. And I was fine with that. I was fine with being demoted down to even the weirder group of people in the school. Tell us about your pick-me phase. I don't even think it was a pick-me. It was more like that was just the situation I was in, was I had a lot of girls that were mean to me. And then I had trust issues. So I had a lot of friends that were guys. That's what I'll say was my pick-me phase. But it was really just the situation more than anything. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah! Hi. Yeah. Good morning. What a good girl. That's my girl. Sometimes you don't become the pick-me girl on purpose. Sometimes you just get put in that position because circumstances just put you there sometimes. I was, as a kid, though, in school, I would wear, I wore boys' clothes exclusively for a really long time. I wore boys' underwear. I was not like the other girls in my grade school. And me, being a 28-year-old now, me at 12, back then it was especially weird for a girl to do the things that I did. Now we've progressed enough where it's like less so weird. Boys' clothes are more comfortable. That continues to still be true. And boys' underwear. Boys' shorts are really comfortable. But yeah, that was it. That was my childhood. That was awful, though. Oh man, the things that they would do, it's disturbingly creative what this one 12-year-old thought of to do to make me feel as excluded and awful as humanly possible without letting me just go make different friends. They kept me in the friend group just to make me feel worse. Let me tell you some of them, because you know what? Who thinks like this when you're 12? I hope she's a better person now. Truly. Truly. And then actually, when we all went to high school, me and the other two girls ended up becoming closer. And although now I think they're still friends with her, which I just hope they all treat each other nicely, because they didn't before. So I just hope that they do. But one of the things that they did, which I thought was the most insane thing to even think of doing, and there were a lot of things that I already explained that they picked a new girl into the friend group to make the numbers uneven. So that's already insane. That's already psycho. But one of the things they did was summer rolls around, right? Summer between 7th and 8th grade. The period of me being 12, 13, 7th, 8th grade kind of continues to be the worst of my entire life. It was awful. It was horrible. You don't know how to handle those feelings as a 12-year-old. She didn't know how to handle being jealous. I didn't know how to handle all of the people around me hating me and then not letting me have people that liked me. So summer rolls around between these two grades, and I already knew this was going to be bad. I already knew they were going to go out and do a bunch of stuff and not invite me to do it. And then I went on vacation for a week, and I was like, I don't want to leave because I know they're going to do something that they're going to make sure to bring up to make me feel left out that they did while I was gone. And they did. So I go away for a week and I come back, and in this week, coincidentally, these awesome few kids come into town for vacation, and they all become really, really great close friends. And in our AIM group chat, we were on AIM. In our AIM group chat, all of them are talking about how much fun these new people were that they met. It was like a couple guys, a couple girls that came into town, and they're talking about how awesome, and they're laughing about things that those kids are saying in their group chat. So they started a new group chat, the three of them, my friends, and then the four new people that came to town that they became friends with. They're talking about what they're talking about in that group chat, in our group chat, which is already suspicious, but me at 12 years old, it's like, oh man, they're having so much fun with these new people that they met. And I didn't think that was suspicious at all, that they were talking about the things they were saying in my group chat, to be like, oh man, these guys are so funny. Shelby, you missed it. You. And I was like, well, why don't you invite me to the group chat so we can all become friends? It doesn't matter that I wasn't here when they were here. If we're all friends, we could just be one big group chat. And they were like, no, you don't know them. It'd be weird. But oh my God, they're so funny. Look, did you just hear what he just said? They'd say to each other, and it's so weird. And then it turns out, and I found this out, the names of the people, let me Google, I can tell you the names of these four people right now by looking up, the characters from the show Summerland. Because those are the names they chose for this made-up group of people that never existed. Was that the name of the show? Was that a show? Wait. Aaron Carter was in it. What was it called? Somebody tell me. It was that show. They just stole the names of the main cast of that show. That was it. Those people never... And I had a suspicion that these people weren't real. But when they chose all of the names of the main characters of this show that Aaron Carter was in, I can't remember the name. I thought it was Summerland, but it didn't come up when I Googled it. And I watched that show. As soon as I got them to say the names of the people, I was like, oh, you made them up. They made them up. And they never existed. They never had come to town. They made up, and they were talking in our AIM group chat about this other group chat that wasn't even there. There was no group chat. It didn't exist. They probably had one, the three of them, without me to plan this whole thing. But, Finding Carter? No. Aaron Carter was in the show. Was he in the show? No, Jesse McCartney! It was Jesse McCartney! What is the name of the show? Oh, it was Summerland. Oh, I was just right. I Googled Summerland and something else came up. It was actually just Summerland. Zac Efron was on that show? Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, so they chose the names of like the four main characters from the show Summerland with Jesse McCartney. But you know what did happen? And that's where it kind of like is relating to this post. I got mean to Laura. Not as mean as Meg did in this situation. And honestly, the girl didn't really do anything wrong in this situation, so not exactly the same. But we all went on a trip because my friend had like a timeshare in the Poconos. So we all went to stay there for a few days. Actually, no, we didn't even all go. It was me, Laura, and one of our other friends because the other one couldn't go. And Laura and the one other girl that went, they ended up becoming the closest and I think are still friends. Good for them. I hope they treat each other nice. But while we're on this trip, they were obviously othering me again as much as they possibly could. So we're playing ping pong and I'm on one side and the two are on the other side. And they're being mean. They're just saying mean things and making fun of me. And then they use this nickname that they gave me that really hurt my feelings. And I think I've told this story about this nickname. It'll blow your mind to know what it was. But it bothered me so much at the time. Maybe I don't want to tell you. Don't use it against me. It isn't even a bad nickname. Honestly, the implications, a little homophobic, to be fair. But they used the nickname that they know bothered me so much. And I threw my ping pong paddle at them. I didn't throw it at them. I threw it toward them, but I did intentionally not throw it at them because I didn't want to hit them. But I threw it. That was the maddest I ever got. And I was stuck with them in the freaking Poconos. I couldn't even go home. I was just stuck on this trip. Why did I go? I don't know. I should have just ditched them and let her feel bad and make me feel guilty and ditched them. But at 12, You don't really consider that. 12, 13, you don't really think like that. Anyway, the nickname, because one time we were hanging out at my friend's house, the four of us, the four original of us, and me and my friend, one of my friends, were dancing, and it was fun. We had music. I was having like one of the best times with my friends for the first time in so long. And then the other two who got close, Laura and the other one, started calling me Shelby, as if it was a thing to make fun of me for being bi, because I was just simply dancing with my friend. Bit homophobic to use that as an insult, just saying. Bit biphobic too. But that was the nickname, and then she brought it up in the Poconos, and I got so mad because it bothered me that they were trying to use... I didn't even honestly really fully understand any of like the context of what that would mean for someone who is LGBTQ. At the time, I just simply was a little straight 12-year-old that didn't know any better. Didn't know anything really about being bi anyway. But it hurt my feelings so much that they were just calling me an insult and had a mean name to call me at all. So I threw my ping pong paddle. Anyway, I hope they're better people now. I'm sure they are. They were 12. I'm sure they're much better people now. I'm not interested in reconnecting anytime soon, but you know, it was also part of like the worst time of my entire life, so. Did the paddle hurt anyone? No, I threw it down at the table, but at their end of the table. I really didn't throw it at them. I didn't try to throw it at them. I wanted to scare them. I did throw it to try and scare them, but intentionally threw it not at them because I didn't want to hit them. But then they got so mad at me and they stormed off and went, oh, and then walked away. And then I followed them and was like, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry I did that. I just got mad. Times are better now. Times are way better now. Way better. I never had the courage to throw a ping pong paddle. I had never been pushed. I mean, I got pushed to pretty bad points because they were so mean. I can't even think of any more. I think I'm only really remembering the biggest things, but it was 2 years of constant being made to feel awful. And maybe I'm biased, but I did truly not ever do anything. I truly did not ever do anything to deserve it, as far as I know. But, hey, it be like that sometimes. I'm okay now. Promise. I'm gonna read a few more, and then I think I'm gonna go, because I think I'm ready for dinner soon. Middle school reunion one. I really wanted a grade school reunion, and I was a little bit petty for a long time after that, where I would go on Facebook simply and only to post about what I was up to if it was something cool. Just to show them where I was at, which is really petty. And I don't do it anymore. I don't even go on Facebook. I deleted it off my phone. And I don't care what they think now, but I did do that for a little while after. Just to rub it in, which I think I was allowed to be a little bit petty, just a little bit, but I don't do it anymore. Mostly because I just couldn't be bothered to go on Facebook in the first place at all, honestly. Can you do that to my mom's Facebook, please? Why does your mom need it? Valid pettiness. There's an amount that is earned, and I used it. I don't anymore. I think that's how I know I've truly grown, is that I don't care to be petty about it anymore. Let's keep going down the Am I the Asshole controversial. Most of these haven't really been too controversial, except for Reddit itself deciding wrong who's the asshole. That's the most controversial that's been happening here. Yeah, I want to read petty things. I want to do reading petty stories. Like, is there a thread for petty things people have done? Is there somewhere I can get the most petty responses people have ever had? Because I want to read those. I want to support you in your choice to be petty. I'm on your side. Petty's not a bad thing. Petty is what got me to be the kind of person that at all times where I have the option, I will always choose kindness over anything else. And it's an active choice that I will make every time that I possibly can. Not always the easiest, because sometimes I want to choose the petty thing. But it was out of pettiness that I was like, kill him with kindness kind of attitude. And I think has made me ultimately a better person in general, overall. I'm very proud of myself for it, but it started with petty. It was born out of petty. Our petty revenge? Is that I have to read it. Hold on. Do I support? Oh, this is the thread I've been needing to read on stream. This is what I've needed. Okay, these are actually big people problems. This one is revenge on bank that repossessed home. Screw the HOA. Those are adult things. Those are big adult things. But I support you being petty against the HOA and your bank. Ooh, these sound like fun. These sound like fun to read. My former employer fucked me over, stole from me, and I burned every bridge to take my revenge. I'm on your side. I support you. I don't know. Oh, these are long. Oh, these are really long. Okay. Well, let's see. I want to read it. I want to do a whole stream reading these. This is fun. This sounds like fun. This is a good time. I posted a story about a petty revenge I took on a former employer. I have now had my day in court. Oh my God, what did you do? And let's just say I now have a doozy pro-revenge story. There's a fair bit of backstory, so I will do my best to break it down in sections. The backstory. I gave 15 years of my life to a company. I was in media and marketing production. I started interning while in university at 19. Wow, 15 years. By 26, I was in my former role, a lead project manager. I see you. Don't scratch my couch. Thank you. I was lead project manager. I was the guy putting the pieces of the puzzle together. My hands were in every facet. Okay, I wasn't going to say anything at first, but now they did it twice. They've spelled every wrong every time they've written it so far. And I thought they just mistyped it in the title, but they have continued to spell it wrong now, where they spelt it E-V-E-R-E-Y. I'm not even going to be here to be the grammar police. My hands were in every facet of the project I was involved in, whether it be hiring talent, camera crew, audio technicians, or even grips. I did a lot. That being said, I will always be the first to admit I am not the best in the business, but where I made up for it was my networking skills. That is my strength. In fact, there's also no periods or punctuation at all, by the way. In fact, you would be, she's pressed finding anyone better at networking than me. That's mistyped too. Okay, maybe I will be the grammar police. Truthfully, my networking skills is what made me so valuable. I know I'm not the smartest man, but I make friends easy. That's a valuable skill to have. Also, to be in it for 15 years. That's how you get there. Okay. My contact list is over 2,000 strong of industry professionals, talent, you name it, organized with headshots, even audio samples of people who I see as world-class at what they do. Okay, the contact list is part of my revenge. It was this year I was made to be partner in the firm. Let's just say that didn't happen. I was to be made partner in the firm. Even more backstory. So 4 years back, I suffered a loss. Whoa. Lost his wife and child in an accident that brought on a huge depression. And of March this year, I had hit roughly 400 pounds. One thing that never suffered through my depression was my work. No matter what, I always gave my everything that I had. He spelled everything with an extra E too, sorry. Little more backstory, but current information. Now, just to let you know, I have been in therapy after a few more events in my life took place, and emotionally, I am in a good place. Good. Since my last day back in March, this is not the appropriate music. Since my last day back in March, I got myself back to the gym and started busting my ass. Then I had a stupid idea. Why not raise some money for MADD Canada? I don't know what that is. He's not American, by the way. And in April, maybe from Canada, but also I just know he's not American because he said originally 200 kilograms. So, in April, set out on a walk across 3 provinces. He's from Canada. Taking the Trans-Canada Trail, a total of 1,500 kilometers. Don't know what that is. Sounds like a lot. Actually, as I write this, I am walking down the trail, only 300 kilometers left. You're writing this while you're walking now? Until I make it to my destination, Niagara Falls, baby! That's what he wrote. In caps. As I said, I had court today. I had to have a friend come pick me up and drive me to the courthouse in Toronto and drive me back so I could continue my walk. Oh my God, that's amazing. And since I started training in March and started this walk in April, I went from 400 pounds down to 250 pounds. My goal weight is 200, but that's besides the point. It's time to get on what y'all came for. I came for that. Good for you. The Revenge, Part 1. This is in parts. So I would go on to find out the real reason why I was fired. One of the partner's kid just finished university and wanted to do what I did. Oh, MADD is Mothers Against Drunk Driving. Oh, okay. I didn't know what that was. Okay. They're trying to give his job to the son that did not work to earn it. And I think is illegal to fire someone for that reason. So I don't know how you found that out, but definitely revenge is warranted because I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Wait, you're in Canada. Don't know what your laws are. Would be illegal here, I'm pretty sure. But hard to prove is the problem. They could say they fired you for whatever they feel like saying. Well, the kid's old man wanting to give his kid every advantage decided to let his kid walk in a job all set up for his success. With a network of contacts built around my blood, sweat, and tears. They stole my Rolodex. My personal Rolodex that I had locked in a safe in my personal files. Oh, locked? Yeah, in a safe. Not safe in my personal files, but in a physical safe. It is also illegal in Canada, but hard to prove. So my little bit of petty revenge was to burn some bridges. Ooh, good. This is deserved. I sent out a simple ass email and text explaining what had happened, breaking some good working relationships between my contacts and my former employer. So you didn't burn your own bridges. You burnt their own bridges that you had built. You giveth, you taketh away. Now on to the real revenge, because that's not even it. I'm going to try to keep this as short as possible, but there's a lot that happened today, so get ready, fasten your seatbelts, and enjoy the ride. Woo! This is way more fun than Am I the Asshole? Everyone's always the asshole! As I said today, on my way to court. Oh, as I said today, my day in court, I haven't seen anyone from my friend job. There's a lot of grammar mistakes that I'm working my way through. A lot of entirely the wrong word that I have to figure out what they meant. This is what this sentence says. Help me trying to work it out. As I said, today, my day in court, I haven't, spelled with an I, seen anyone from my friend job since March. And I just wanted to say, first walking into the mediation room and seeing Dan, gotta add a fuck you to Dan, in a really nice tailored suit, all shrunk down. Ma'am, Dan's jaw almost hit the table, such a great feeling. As I said, today was my day in court. Since I think what they meant was any of my friends from my job. And then he saw Dan, and he said, and especially fuck you to Dan. And man, Dan's jaw almost hit the table. Such a great feeling. I think because he walked in. I see. Seeing Dan in a really nice tailored suit, all shrunk down. He means himself in a really nice tailored suit. Seeing Dan in a really nice tailored suit. That's where I got confused. This is a hard read. Now, all the proceedings... There's a lot of mistakes. All the proceedings were long and boring, so I'm not going to bore you with the details. The main point my lawyer made, he's walking while he's writing this, maybe that's why. The main point my lawyer made was my contact list and I were a package deal. They are personal contacts. I know these people. I am friends with these people. My contact list has tremendous value. It was stolen, which I don't know if there's an actual law about that you can't steal a person's Rolodex and take all the contacts off of it. And also, he is allowed to reach out and tell them just exactly the truth. I think. I guess that's why they're in court. But all he did was reach out to the contacts he personally made and tell them, hey, this isn't my job anymore. I was fired because they gave it to his kid. That's just simply the truth. Okay. I'm friends. Okay. And a lawyer's gonna lawyer. He put a price tag on each contact, an exorbitant amount, roughly $10,000 per contact. Now, remember, oh, did he sue them or were they? I don't know who's suing who, actually. Is he suing them for stealing it or are they suing him for reaching out to all of them and trying to ruin all of the relationships with the business? It could go either way. But if the lawyer is putting a value to each contact and saying it's about $10,000, and remember, there's over 2,000 contacts, it sounds like he's suing them for an amount of money. My former employer argued that my contact list was detrimental to the business. No. I mean, maybe, but it doesn't make it theirs. And we completely agreed, but again, a package deal. Unfortunately, that's defamation. I don't think... It depends, because he's just telling the truth. He didn't say anything that was untrue. Even if especially if only all he said was, this isn't my job anymore. The people that were his contacts, not the business's contacts, but his, are allowed to choose to not do business with that company anymore if he just simply is letting them know it's not his place of work anymore and they replaced him. Because that's the truth. It isn't defamation, I don't think, if it is just exactly as it happened. But it sounds like he's suing them for wrongful termination. That's what it sounds like. He is suing them, I think. That's how you're able to put a price on each of the people's things. Car, welcome! Welcome, dudes, for the raid! We're reading Petty Revenge on Reddit. I have to change the title. We're reading Petty Revenge on Reddit. And boy, am I having a good time. I love this thread. I love it here. Let's read people being petty and deciding if it's warranted or not. Usually, I'll be on your side. I'll be on your side usually, probably. I'm a supporter of petty. I told my own petty story. It wasn't even really that petty. It was really minor. And I think deserved. Everyone's a little bit petty sometimes. So I'm going to be here reading some petty things. Rebel, thank you for subscribing. Kitty Cat, thank you for subscribing. Nismo, thank you for subscribing. So we're reading, long story short, we're reading a petty revenge story where a guy got fired because his boss decided to give his job away to his own son instead. This guy that used to work the job had a really, really, really valuable contact list that they stole from him. So he went out and reached out to all the contacts to let him know what happened so that they don't work with the business anymore. And now somebody's suing somebody. I think he's suing the company for wrongful termination. His lawyer says the price tag of each contact in his list is $10,000 per contact, and there are over 2,000. My former employer argued that the contact list was detrimental to the business, which they completely agreed, but it's a package deal. If he himself was the one who worked to make those contacts for the business, I don't think that the business has any stake in being able to steal them off of him. If they especially terminated him specifically to give the job to someone who just is your kid, who didn't put in the work to work his way up. Because this guy, remember, spent 15 years in this company working his way up the line to become partner, and then they just gave it away to the guy's son because the son was interested in the work and didn't do a day of work to get there at all, supposedly. Now the judge did agree there is a large value on my contact list. The judge or magistrate, whatever you want to call him, took my company's side and said that they need the contact list, but not for free. He could not put a price of $10,000 per contact. I think he could have. I'm not a judge. I think he could have if he felt like it, but he didn't feel like it, I guess. But after taking some time in his chambers, he came to a conclusion that roughly a 1/10 of my evaluation of contacts is a fair price. $1,000 per contact, 2,000 contacts. I'm happy with that. Over 2,000 contacts, to be fair, too. Now, that's on top of the judge agreeing that what they did was not only illegal, I knew it, but also immoral, according to the Canadian law. They're going to have to pay me a severance package that I am smiling ear to ear from. I thought they had to do that anyway if they fire you. I thought they had to do that anyway if they... Oh, but they didn't fire him. They just didn't give him the job. And so he left. Because they gave his job away to somebody else that he had been, like, working his way up toward. He wasn't actually fired. Wait, was he? He was fired, wasn't he? Wait. Because he had his last day. Now I'm confused. I gotta go back. Did he leave because they didn't give him the job? It's 8-Bit Bruno Mars again. Oh no, he was fired. He was fired. He was fired. I would go on to find out the real reason why I was fired. One of the partner's kids just finished university and wanted to do what I did. So they just fired him to give his job away to somebody else. Okay, that makes sense. I thought he was fired, but then I couldn't remember if they just gave his partnership away because he was meant to be made partner, but they did just simply fire him. Oh my god, it is Bruno Mars. I didn't even catch that before. And I was like, how are you even Bruno Mars? Because it's also Nintendo Wii Shop. Okay. So, $1,000, over 2,000 contacts. And because they fired him illegally, they have to give him a severance package. Which I did think you just have to do anyway if you fire somebody. But I guess maybe you don't have to. Here's where it gets fun. So remember, boys and girls, if you're ever on the opposite side of where I am, always put a non-disclosure agreement in all of your employment contracts. I did not have one. Ooh. So before having my friend return me to the trail to continue my walk, I went home. I went home to craft a text message and email that has been sent out to every last contact. I'm not wrong, right? Canadians don't spell every with a third E, right? Or is that just a Canadian thing? I know y'all use you in color and stuff. But are you putting an extra E in every? Is that just how you spell that? No, we don't? Okay, because he has put a third E in every single time he spelt every in this post. So I just wanted to check that it's not just some weird, funky Canadian spelling, like color and armor and honor. Maybe he's French. Honestly, maybe English isn't his first language. There's been a lot of mistakes in this post. Like, an unbelievable amount of just the wrong word. So I'm thinking autocorrect has not been his friend while he's walking and typing. Because he's doing it on his phone, he said. Yeah, anyway, okay. So, sent out an email to every last contact. I explained. So he did sue them for wrongful termination. And then he sent out the text message. Because he already told us that he did this, but our timeline's a little bit all over the place. Now he has decided to reach out to all of them. I explained what had happened, apologizing that I had been forced to give all my contact information to my former employer. I apologize if they receive any unsolicited calls or emails or anything from a list of names and my former company's name in this email. I even explained in detail of the court's decision that he was fired illegally. Now that may not seem like much until you understand the relationship I formed with these people. Once again, networking and making friends is my strength. It's been 8 hours since that mass email has been sent. So far, I received over 800 responses, mostly of people telling me that they will be cutting professional ties with my friend. Former! Every time he said friend, he meant former. I don't think it's an English not the first language problem. I think autocorrect is doing him dirty. Because he said his friend work. He meant former work. His former employer. This makes so much sense now. I didn't understand what he meant before. They will be cutting ties. I basically soaked the bridge in gas and burned that bitch to the ground. But here's where I know I did some damage. My former employer was about to sign a deal with a large Canadian coffee franchise for the sake of posterity. I'll call him Fim Fortins. I wonder what company that is. Well, the executive in charge of the ad campaign happened to be in my contact list. Now my former employer has an active deal with this coffee chain and wasn't too far off on starting production. They lost the contract less than an hour after I sent the email out. I know this for a fact because I received a phone call from that executive. Large companies such as Tim Hortons have a morality clause in their contracts and their actions broke it. See, this is not defamation. He's just telling the truth. A court ordered this. So he's just telling them what happened. This is incredibly deserved against that company. And they did in court agree that this contact list is detrimental to the business. But they didn't say he can't tell anyone what was decided in court, which is just simply the truth. There is no NDA in place. That business very well may go under, and you did a bad. You did a bad. Detrimental is not the correct word here, I think. That's the word they used. That's just the word that they used. This is what happens when you screw over good people who've put 15 years of their life into your business, and then you fire. So, I cost them a multi-million-dollar contract. So yeah, always remember that simple non-disclosure agreement in any and all employment contracts. That being said, there's also a time limit on those, usually. I don't think it's legally allowed to have an indefinite NDA for life. I think there's something just generally morally wrong with that being allowed at all in a contract. Usually they're for 2 years. All the ones I've ever signed have been for 2 years, or for the term of if it's a secret that's about to come out on a specific date, the NDA is until that specific date. The information is made public, and then you may speak about it. I've signed plenty of those. That being said, my former employer had already started the appeal process against the judge's ruling. I don't even care if I lose. I know their future business is fucked. That being said, there's no possible way I will lose. I think he's in a good position right now. I want to add an apology for the formatting of this. I half typed it. Half talked to text. And it all makes sense now. I'm literally walking down the Trans-Canada Trail writing this. He used text-to-speech. That's why his text-to-speech kept hearing him say former and wrote friend. And just didn't ever edit it later. This makes so much more sense. I'm not usually gonna harp on grammar, especially when you don't know if their first language was English, and I really don't care about minor spelling mistakes, but he just kept misspelling. Why did his text-to-speech spell every with 3 E's? And every time he tried to write former would autocorrect to friend. It wasn't a matter of English, it was a matter of you're using the entirely wrong word. That makes sense. Okay. I thought we were in Not the Asshole again, and I was like, you're definitely not the asshole. No, this is petty revenge. And you, my good sir, you are definitely very petty. And I respect it because... Do we think he did anything wrong morally for choosing to go this petty route? Does this make him not the better person? No, I don't think so. I don't think that's what it means. I don't have sympathy for... I have sympathy for people. I don't have sympathy for a business in which is an entity that the owner of did very well screw him over and illegally fired him. And then tried to steal the contacts that he spent his 15-year career building up for this business. You gotta start treating your employees better. If you want better service and like job performance, maybe start treating them like people. Like respectable human beings. Good for you. Did he win money from that company then? Not only did he win $1,000 for every single contact on his list that they stole from the original settlement, which was over 2,000 contacts. They also had to award him what he said was, let me see. Oh, I thought he said a severance package. They did also, in addition, have to pay him an amount of money for illegally firing him in the first place. Yeah. I don't feel bad for a company. That's not even a person. There was a post on Tumblr that I remember that was something like people always want you to feel bad for a company, which is not a being at all. It is not a thing with feelings. And there was a post on Tumblr that was like, I'll start feeling bad for corporations when I see one sent to the guillotine. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I want to read this one because it's interesting. The way that it is titled. We're on Petty Revenge. Is this another? Oh, this isn't too big. Okay. Petty Revenge. This goes against every feminist voice in my head. But fuck with me? I'll call you old in front of everyone. I won't mess with you. It shatters me every time someone makes a joke that I'm old. I'm joking, it doesn't. I make jokes that I'm old. I've posted about my aunt before. She threw away my mom's wedding pictures by accident. Wait. Accident. I dropped coffee on hers, but she has digitals of them and my mom doesn't. Wait, okay. I posted about my aunt before. She threw away my mom's wedding photos by accident. I dropped coffee on hers, but she has digitals of them and my mom doesn't. She abuses my aged grandparents, steals from us, steals from my grandparents, called me a gold digger when I dated someone politically connected, who, by the way, offered to buy her home when she was losing it and let her stay there as long as she needs. Recently, she crossed every line. This is intense music for this post. This is kind of fitting music for the post. My mom's dad, who passed away, made her a rocking chair when she was pregnant with me. I've always wanted to use it when I'm pregnant with my first child. It's made of the finest oak, imported from God knows where. It's worth a lot, and we store it at my grandparents' house, which is where she lives. She claimed to have accidentally thrown it away, but her driver, who has seen me grow up. She's got a driver? Told me she had it and wanted to keep it for her kids. I was furious. I stop sometimes in posts like this in an Am I the Asshole. As soon as I get a whiff, are you rich? Because this changes everything. You rich? She almost lost her home, though. It sounds like... Oh, we're in a very different tax bracket. I always gotta... It changes everything about an Am I the Asshole post when you find out they're rich. Like, just a callback, because this one is still the most fun one that we've ever read and the most mind-blowing Am I the Asshole post I think that has ever been posted by a person ever, was the man who complained that his wife was feeding his kids junk food when he asked her to cook for them for a week, while they also, mind you, have a nanny, a chef, like a bunch of other things, and then asked his wife to cook for 1 week, and she made them hot dogs. And he said that she was feeding his kids junk food and complained about it, and said, do I need to get like a fourth person to live in the house and feed them? And I was like, okay, these are just rich people problems that aren't actually a problem. And it was amazing. He complained that she was feeding them. He said literal junk, and he wasn't exaggerating. In his own words, I'm not exaggerating. Hot dogs and chicken nuggets is what she was feeding them. And I forget all of the different occupations they had living in their house, which was like a chef, usually a nanny, something else. I don't really know. I still can't believe it. I wish I saved it. It's so funny to read still, to go back to. Okay, so she has a driver. Who they have, her driver who has seen me grow up. So this is a driver that has been around for a long time in the family. This is a rich family. She's dating a politician. This is a rich family. They call her a gold digger. Sounds like you already have enough money. I don't know. I'm just saying. The rocking chair is made of the finest oak, imported from somewhere. I didn't catch that before, but now it makes sense. Okay. Wanted to keep it for her kids. I was furious. I sent someone over, had them bring it to my house. You sent somebody and had them bring it to your house. And the next time we met, I kind of yelled at her. She said, oops, forgot I had it. No, you didn't, because you said you lost it. Those are two different things. Okay. All right. Now she's very, very conscious about her looks and her aging. She went from 250 to 120 and gets thousands of dollars worth of aging treatment done. Okay. She's also conscious about her skin tone because she's darker than my family, but no one's ever cared about that but her. I was furious and my entire family was there and I said, right, forgetfulness is a sign of aging. I'm sorry. Everyone burst out laughing, but she was furious. Update! I love everyone's suggestions. Seems like everyone's had their own experiences with crazy ants and knows what to say. I don't think anyone cares. I just gave the performance of my life. I made my eyes massive, conjured up a few tears, and cried to my grandma about how worried I was about her drinking. I suggested maybe that was why she accidentally threw so many things of mine away. My grandmom's a total gossip and will tell her dad because she knew I knew that. My grandma had this twinkle in her eye and she was smirking under... And I was smirking under my tears. We know exactly what we were doing. Can't wait to see her dad's reaction. I don't understand this part, I think. I feel mean, but also found out she's been telling the guy I would probably end up with, his family, crap about me, like blatantly untrue, like I dabbled in sex work. This is an insane family. This is an insane family that's rich and has rich people problems. Which, to be clear, I have nothing against, just never done it. The guy's family is also pretty conservative, but thankfully, and this is not the politician, I don't think, but just a different dude. My mouse is dying. Okay, so this aunt's just an awful person, but also they're rich. They're rich, so your problems are smaller than mine. So a lot of people ask me why we don't just cut her out. I wish it were that easy. She's the mother to my grandparents. Oh, I didn't finish. She's the mother to my grandparents' sole male heir. So. So there's always this element of low-key. She's the mother of the people that will carry our family name. So let her be thing. Okay. My dad and mom aren't like that, and I have practically cut her out, but my grandparents haven't. I see her because I see and take care of my grandparents a lot. It's messed up, I know, but my family is slowly changing, and I also cannot cut my grandparents out no matter how draconian and sexist they may be. Is this a royal family? Who are these people? I don't know. So you called her old because you knew it would hurt her. She sounded pretty awful. Yeah. All right, well. Let's read some more petty stories. Just a few more petty stories, and I'm gonna wrap up, call it. What is this song? Star Wars? Oh, this is the Sims soundtrack. Tommy says, I think it was The Sims is the best soundtrack of a game. Maybe it was Tommy, maybe it was Wilbur. I don't remember. Sometimes the two of them just to say the same things. Okay, I'm gonna read this one. Petty. MLM, which is multi-level management pyramid scheme. Scammers spammed me with 7 letters in less than a month asking to interview with them. So I did and trolled them. Oh, I know it was Super Mario Galaxy. I was making a joke that it sounded like Star Wars. I have the playlist up. I can see what all the songs are. So MLM scammers, let's call them sector marketing and cut blow. I don't know what that means. Sent me a barrage of letters for their MLM scam. Exploited public records to start sending them pretty much the second I turned 18. They apparently didn't know I graduated a semester early in December, and all the congratulations crap was 6 months late. I got 7 letters, and despite returning most of them to the sender, they kept sending them. I knew exactly what sector marketing was, and knew they send letters until you interview. So I decided to comply and join the interview. So I apply online. It was literally just first name, last name, email, and phone number. I used email and phone throwaways. I was like, definitely don't give them those. Within 2 minutes of applying online, I got a text from Upline. I don't know what these are. This is the person who sent out the letters, likely. They put some very misleading info and asked when I wanted to interview. They texted me 4 times in 30 minutes before I responded, then 8 times in 2 hours before I responded, setting up the time. Unfortunately, the interview was the first interview, in which you don't get to talk to the interviewer, and they interview 10 plus people at once. Ew. I wouldn't even go this far. I would just block the number. I asked in the chat stupid and irrelevant questions, but there was no response. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole thing was pre-recorded. But at the end, I get a link to the real application. I made sure to fill out the real application with the dumbest, somewhat realistic stuff I could come up with. I also put... the thing is, you'll waste their time with this, but they'll just keep going and doing it to other people. Because they have time, apparently. They got time. But also, yeah, waste as much of theirs as you can. Most realistic stuff I could come up with. I also put in Upline's phone number instead of mine. It was a dumb Google form instead of a proper application, so it was quite exploitable. Here were my answers. High school attended? Graduation year? I have not graduated yet. I graduated... Oh, I haven't graduated yet. I graduate on the 10th. This is because a kid called in a bomb threat at my last graduation. He did this twice, so I hope he doesn't call in a threat again. I'm 18, though, per public records, so even if he calls in another threat, I should be good to work here. Are you involved in any sports clubs, organizations? What are your hobbies? I was involved in the unofficial booze drinker club in my high school. I never received credit for it, but it was a lot of fun. Basically, you try and drink a lot of alcohol and go to classes like normal. The person who can go the longest without a teacher or a staff noticing wins a case of beer. My record is 5 hours, 34 minutes, and 46.4 seconds. With a 0.12 breath alcohol content, BAC. When I started, scoring 2,410.4 points. I won 3 cases this year and sold them as individual cans to my classmates for $10 each. I made $720 off this and bought a car with it. I think that shows how I am good at selling stuff and saving money. Have you had any leadership roles in the past? Yes, I was one of the main people doing the devious lick challenge at my school. The school didn't like it, but my classmates loved me. I don't know what that is. Is that like an actual thing? Am I supposed to know what that is a reference to? Because I don't know what it is. Okay. If accepted for a position and given proper training, why do you think you would be successful? I would be successful because my advanced seduction skills translate very well to selling. I also sold the beers in school and didn't even need the seduction skills for that. I also plan to sell my car at some point, so I need experience. It's when you vandalize school bathrooms. Why do you guys know it and I don't? When you steal stuff from school? Oh, it was a TikTok challenge. I'm on TikTok. I guess I missed that. I guess, you know what my TikTok looks like? Can I just go down my TikTok for a stream? Is that allowed? This is another Super Mario Galaxy. Here, I'll show you. And here's the next one. Next one. Those are raccoons. Cat. Cat. Bird. Cat. That's what my TikTok looks like. I know those are all my likes, but genuinely that's what my feed looks like too. Can I go through my For You page on TikTok for a stream? Because that sounds like a fun time. I have the best For You page if you like animal TikToks. If you like animal TikToks, I got you. My For You page is flawless and filled with the best ones. I'm gonna do that for a stream. Not today, but I'm gonna do that for a stream. Okay, where were we? Devious lick challenge. Does that tie in at all with the people who were going into stores and licking the ice cream in the freezers? Because y'all were insane. What are you doing? Stop. No. Okay, just checking. Just checking because there were people licking things they should not be licking in public. No, and that's disgusting. Okay, just stealing stuff. Which also, did we support the challenge? Okay. What are some goals you have for your future? Sleep with 100 women in my lifetime. I am at 4 right now, but I just turned 18, and now I can consent to sleeping with older women, greatly increasing my potential. I feel like I can do it. My second goal is to be able to buy a car. The car I bought with beer money can only go 60 miles per hour and has a knock in the engine and doesn't have any coolant in it. But I want a Lamborghini which can go 250 miles per hour. It will also help me with the 100 woman challenge. Getting this job will help me get a source of income so I can work towards both of my goals. The thing is, this isn't even wasting anybody's real time. You're wasting your time writing the answers. I love them, though. I do love them. If accepted for a position, how would working at Sector help you achieve those goals? It would provide me with money and connections. The money helps me buy the Lambo and help with the first goal as well. The connections are nice because they might be women, and if I can sell these knives to them, I can probably also seduce them. Optional. Who do you know that is currently looking for work or could use extra cash? Or would just be a great candidate for the team? Please provide at least first name and phone number, limit 5 to 10. Michael Naomi, leader of the Booze Drinkers Club. Ran out of booze. Rachel Khalifa, my friends tell me she knows how to sell herself. I don't know what that one. The idiots also actually called my would-be upline's phone number, and Michael and Rachel thinking they were leads. I answered the call to my number, and he started talking, then hung up and called again to leave a 5-second empty voicemail. I told him I could interview on the 10th because my graduation got canceled again, and he blocked me. See, no one's actual time ended up wasted. So as much fun as it seems to have been to write out all these answers and do this, you didn't really waste too much of their time, and they'll just move on and try and scam some more people. But I appreciate the efforts. I loved your answers. It was great. It does sound like Tommy answers. Some of them were very Tommy answers. You definitely ruined someone's day, but I got a good chuckle out of your revenge. I mean, probably for like a second, and then they're going to go on and try and scam more people with their pyramid scheme. I love when people get like phone call scammers on the phone and waste their time for hours. Some people will stay with you for hours if they think they'll get you to send them money. That's wasting their time and petty. And if you got the time, that I definitely support. I support you big time in that one. You waste hours of their time making them think they're going to get you to go and buy 2 Amazon gift cards for $100 each or whatever they try and make you do. Yeah, screw those guys. Creeper gets creeped out. Being petty against a creep. I will definitely support that. Don't be a creep. Stop going out there being creepy. It's really that easy. I thought we hit the end of the thing. Creeper gets creeped out. This revenge was unintentional, but hilarious. This happened about 7 years ago. I, 33 male, lived in an apartment complex, the type with multiple buildings, each with 12 apartments. A new neighbor moved in, who we'll call Joe. I met him and his girlfriend. They seemed really cool. At first, I also thought they were talking about creepers, which is the reason I read the title in the first place. Thought it was a story about Minecraft. Wasn't. Bit disappointed. Not about Minecraft, but that's okay. All right. As time went on, I began to realize that Joe was a total creeper. Every time he walked by the other apartments in the building, he would stare into the sliding glass doors and windows. It's not inherently the most creepy thing to do. How long is he staring? I look in people's windows when I walk past. I like seeing their furniture a little bit. And like if I just see an open window, I just take a glance because I see, oh, open window. I'm not staring. It's a little bit hard to see an open window and not be like, oh, I like that plant you have. And just accidentally see some things in their apartment. I'm not trying to. Like, I'm not trying to look in every person's place all of the time, and I'm not staring either. I'm just saying, if I see your windows open, I might accidentally look inside and be like, that's a nice house. But okay, it was weird. Like, he was scanning every nook and cranny, hoping to see a naked girl or something. That's when you take it too far. Taking a glance because you notice the windows open and just being like, what? It's not inherently the worst thing ever in the world. Occasionally. Trying to find something when you're looking, that's a bit weird. Bit yikes. Now, back then, I was on the heavier side, not obese, but noticeably overweight. One day, I had to get ready for an event, so I took a shower. The blinds were open in my bedroom at the time, and I think you can see where this is going. Close your blinds. Don't have your blinds be open if you're in a vulnerable position. You close your blinds. As I dried off, I walked into my bedroom. Coincidentally, just as I walked in, Joe was walking by and staring in the windows as usual. He saw me in all of my glory. Keep the towel on. Make sure you keep those blinds closed. Keep those blinds closed. Sounds like it's her fault. It's a guy, by the way. This is a guy. 33 male. Getting peeked on. Also, I'm not going to blame anybody who accidentally leaves their blinds open. But definitely, you got to do your best to try and remember to keep them closed if you're coming out of the shower, towel off. Just out full glory. And I know he did because our eyes met for a split second, and then he made a weird face and walked away quickly. After that incident, I never saw him staring in the windows again, and he was always awkward around me, even though we never spoke of the incident. Needless to say, he did not renew his lease there. He was looking for something. He found it, and he regretted it, so. Do people not close their blinds or curtains? Some people don't. Some people don't think of it, and they'll just, like, be out and about doing their thing, whether it be in underwear or just full nude, and not thinking of who might be creeping. You gotta close them. Do yourself a favor. Keep yourself safe out there. Close your blinds. Mine are also always shut. All of my ones in the living room and the kitchen are always open, but from my bedroom, in my bedroom and from the bathroom to the bedroom, always closed so no one can see. And if I'm leaving the bathroom to my bedroom, even in that little hallway area where, like, if you happen to be in the right position all the way across in one of the other houses, I'm keeping the towel on until I'm in my room. I'm also not one to just walk around naked, though. I'm not a fan. Some people do in their own home. Not me. I'm not a fan. Although I'm also somebody, you're going to think I'm crazy, who very often, in fact, even more often than not, will sleep in a bra because I just am more comfortable with them on. And I know that's insane. I know that's insane, unpopular opinion. But I do. I'm sorry. I'm more comfortable about it. I'm sorry. I do wear very comfortable bras, though, to be fair. I don't go for very, like, thick padding or anything like that. Mostly bralettes. And I'm comfier in it, so judge me all you want. Actually, a lot of people are agreeing with me. I'm not wearing the pokey underwire. I don't even own very many of those anyway, because I'm here to be comfortable. I'm here to exist comfortably and only comfortably. So I don't have uncomfortable bras. All right. That's all our petty revenge for today, but you better believe I will come back to this thread because it was really fun reading. I want to do a whole stream of those. I'll also do a whole stream just going through my TikTok For You page. Did this turn on? Oh, no, it's just... There we go. Too low. All right, my dudes. Let me go... Arlen Can, thank you for the prime. Let me read the hugs from people. Oh, also sports bras, very comfortable. Only the most comfortable of bras. But also, I don't have a very large chest, so I can get away with very unsupportive bras. Oh, hey Vikram. We're just talking. We're just talking about stuff. I'm actually just ending the stream, but we were reading Am I the Assholes and Petty Revenge on Reddit, which is now my new favorite thread to read. I think I'm done with Am I the Assholes for a bit. It's going to be all about petty revenge. Oh, Dredge and K-Fire, bring it in for your hugs. Get in here. I don't know what it is about having my hair treated today with like a keratin treatment. It was not straightened like chemically. It just is straight from after putting the treatment on. You straighten the hair, but it's not a treatment to make your hair be straight now. It just is a treatment that will make my hair softer. My curls will be more relaxed, but they already were fried. But my hair feels so much longer than it did before I got the treatment done. I feel like I'm seeing so much more length in my hair now today from having it done. I thought my hair was just simply not growing for a while. It's getting so long. It's getting so long. Look, my hair is so long. All right, I'm gonna have you guys go raid. Thank you for joining, though. I will be live tomorrow, and tomorrow will be my last stream until MCC, probably. Definitely. It will be my last stream until MCC. Pride MCC, which is so exciting. Don't you miss Pride MCC. It is next Saturday, 12 p.m. PST, 8 p.m. BST, GMT, whichever time zone they're in right now. BST. Do not miss it. It's going to be so fun. It's going to be a good time. Lily Pichu's live. She's never live when I'm raiding or ending. I don't usually end so late. We kind of went for a little while today. We have been for a little while. We've been doing some later streams. I'm gonna have you guys raid Lily Pichu. She's playing Valorant, and I have never played it. And maybe one day I'll find people who can carry me until I know what I'm doing, so I can feel comfy enough to play it solo. But thank you guys all for hanging. Go be the absolute nicest people in her chat. If you don't know the rules, ask the mods, don't break them by accident, and go in there with your good vibes. And thanks for bringing your good vibes here today. I had so much fun reading posts. So I'll see you guys all tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to do tomorrow just yet. Maybe we'll decorate on Afterlife, I'm thinking. Decorate my house. But either way, I'll see you there tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye.